Show me, come on, code, programming, memory lost and ramming. Well, it's pizza night, we in the spot. Don't believe me, come down, come on. Don't believe me, come down. 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 Hey, 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 oh. K-Fest, funk you up. 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 K-Fest, funk you up.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, you.
There's no software you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all your reluctance is left behind. Don't find the registration's open, running at you. Excited for this moment, you know what comes after. Your favorite speaker, can't you see them getting closer? Just surrender cause you feel the feeling taking over. It's games you're playing, memories are flooding open. It's Choplifter and Load Runner following the motion. It's playing brick up, breaking every brick it's open. I'll let you know. So tell me, do you wanna go? With graphics and all 6 color lights, where the Apple IIs are running the night. New things are coming true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. We boot it up, we won't slow down. And the Mac can't stop us now. Nostalgia coming true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. Crowdsourcing we come, we're rescuing everything. Where the old is found and is crowned as the retro kings. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It happens in July, don't care what comes after. It's blazing outside and I think that you know. Just surrender cause they're calling and you wanna go. Where it's covered in double high-res lights. Where the 2E is running the night. Amazingly comes true, it's intoxicating you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. We boot it up, we can't slow down. And Atari can't stop us now. Nostalgia come true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. It's Apple II you know you want. It's Apple II you know you need. And it's there right in front of you. This is where you wanna be. It's Applesoft you know you want. Assembly that you know you need. And it's coming right in front of you. This is where you wanna be. This is where you wanna be. Where the screens are super high-res lights. Where the 2GS is running the night. Nostalgia comes true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show! We boot it up, we won't slow down. Commodore can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. This is the K-Fest show. It's graphics and all 6 color lights. Where the amplitudes are running the night. Nostalgia comes true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. Let's boot it up, we can't slow down. TCs can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. Oh, this is the K-Fest show. It's everything you want is right in front of you. And you see the impossible is coming true. And the man can't stop us now. This is the K-Fest show. Oh, 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 this is the K-Fest show.
It's almost like being there, isn't it? Good afternoon, and welcome to Kansasfest 2018. This is the 30th time Kansasfest has been held, and I'm not going to give you a long history, but just we recognize that it got started through Tom Weiser, who is publisher of Open Apple and Mac A2 Central, and eventually got to the point where they decided to have a meeting, a group like this get together for a developers conference, and started out just as a developers, became a summer conference, and we all started calling it Kansasfest. And I actually have a little greeting from what?
Hi, I'm Tom Weiser. They tell me I had something to do with the first Kansas Fest 30 years ago. I can't remember much from that long ago, but I did find this shirt. So you guys have a good time, and if you see my friend Roger Wagner, you tell him that I miss him. Bye-bye.
Well, it's amazing that it's the 30th one. Obviously, I had nothing to do with at least 24 of those, if not more. I'm just happy that folks have been able to form this community and keep it going through the years out of something that somehow started with projects I was involved in.
So he wanted to have him say something to greet us for this 30th event here. And now I want to turn it over to Martin Hay. Do you need your computer in here?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to cover a few administrivia and rules. Just for the newcomers that did not make it to the orientation, I have a very small amount of information for you, like the really critical things. One is, if you leave your door open, and we encourage you to do so, you are inviting other people to come in your room, and they will ask you what you're doing. That's good. On the active side, the loud side, it's 24-hour loudness is cool and acceptable, and especially for newcomers, please be loud. On the quiet side, loudness is okay, except for 10 p.m. to whatever it is, 9 a.m. I can't remember. Be quiet. Diversity. You will meet gay people in the hallways. You will meet women in the hallways. You will meet transgender people in the hallways. You will meet people who do not share your religious views. And You will meet people who do not share your perspective on Trump. All of those things are completely irrelevant at Kansasfest. Talk about the Apple II, and you are golden.
That's the common religion.
And Boo Atari. No, we like our Atari buddies. Decorate your door. Please only use masking tape. The paint does come off if you put duct tape on the door. Everything else is good. Lanyards. Black lanyards are staff people. Dagan's going to introduce us shortly. So ask us if you have any issue that you need resolved that we can resolve. Red lanyards, there are a few of them. Those are people who do not wish their photo taken even from the back, so don't include them in group shots. If you've found that you accidentally took a picture of them, just delete it. Bathrooms, the first floor quiet side is women's, all the other bathrooms are men. Not because we are against women, but because of the ratio of men to women here. And there are also 2 locking bathrooms if you need privacy for your shower or for your bathing needs. Those are available. Come see us. Lastly, parking is a pain in the neck this year. There's a parking structure way up on the corner of Truce that's relatively safe compared to parking on the street. We're not supposed to use the lot because they're doing construction. Next year that should be different, and hopefully what they're constructing we'll actually get to use. More on that hopefully next year. And now I will hand it over to Dagan Brock.
Dagan Brock.
So I don't really have anything prepared. I will be introducing Roger shortly, so I hope he's ready. It looks like you're still editing. That's not fair. Pencils down. This is mostly just a. This is mostly just a quick thank you to everybody who helped make this happen. I've been running around a little crazy doing things just because I'm disorganized, but I've had more than one person jump in and offer to help and actually do very useful help. Obviously all this video stuff is pretty much volunteer driven, so and then of course what you guys bring from home, including mostly yourselves, is what makes Kansasfest a really special and unique thing. Real briefly, I want to also draw attention to the Kansasfest committee. We kind of fill in where we can, and sometimes real life comes along and we can't do everything ourselves, and someone else will say, hey, I'll do the t-shirt order this year, or, hey, I'll contact catering, and it's an insane amount of small details. So I'm just going to call their names real fast. They can raise their hands and you can give them annoying applause. I'm Dagan Brock, so don't clap for me, but clap for Martin Hay. Stephen Wyrick. I just call him Dr. Steve because it's awesome. Where's Kirk? Is he in here? No. Kirk is not here. Sean Fahey, of course, who's done a ton of this, including the garage giveaway. James Littlejohn was added because we just felt really guilty about the whole great big green truck that he has to drive all around the country to bring all this Apple II stuff here. So he got roped into this last year, and he's been hugely helpful. And yeah, go ahead and give Jim. And then, am I forgetting anybody else who's here? I feel like I am. There's a ton of us now.
Yeah, I feel like somebody else is here.
Okay, and then of course you guys are probably noticing Andrew Malloy and Peter Neubauer aren't here. They had other obligations, and so I really wanted to thank them on the stream and on video because they are still handling requests. Peter, got called away to work in Germany, and he's still helping with reservations and stuff while he's working overseas and can't come. And it's a similar situation with Andrew. So please give those guys a round of applause because they've done it. And
I have postcards for Andy and Peter that people can sign later.
perfect. Yeah, and they order shirts, so we're going to send them a little care package too. So please sign. Ken's got some posters for them. Anyway, I'm sure you're all tired of hearing me, and we really
we have to plug in. So
yeah, no, you get set up. I'm not going to rush this introduction.
Oh, good.
So we typically like to let the keynote speaker speak for themselves, and I don't do a big bio. But to buy him time, there is one thing I want to say. It's incredible how many of us owe our assembly language programming skills to this one person. In the pre-internet age, I was lucky enough to get some of the 2GS reference manuals, and I have one 2GS book that teaches you anything about programming 65816 and all of that. And it still doesn't cover the whole computer, but so many of us were dependent on lifelines like this, the teachers before the internet. And you created literally a whole generation.
Okay, so to do this
of
professionally, can I go off stage and then you'll
yeah, that'd be
say
great.
Like 2 sentences.
No, well,
and
we're going to go in and add
stage?
like smoke and flames and stuff.
Oh, that would be really
too,
cool.
so.
Okay, so I'll just go off stage for a minute.
So I'll be ready to.
Talking.
The weirdest moment of my life. So my hero is hiding back there. Welcome to Kansasfest 2018, everybody. And now, Roger Wagner. Here, Roger, we'll let you.
And my equipment's ready. Oh, but wait a minute, the lid's on.
Microphone. Give him a mic.
We need to mic you up as well.
Very good.
Stranger in the night, I'm getting stranger in the night.
Working? All set. Make sure we got the right guy. Yeah, we're good to go. We good to go? Dagan, this is for you. Where'd you go? I have my. Oh, there you go. This is for you. He said the only response I got was he didn't want anything else. He just wanted that. So here it is. Here it is. And for those of you that are just really crazy, I have brought a few limited edition. Pick a photo, any photo. Here, go ahead and pick one. Like this. All right. Just pick anyone. Free choice. Okay, now wait. Is it an apple too? Wait a minute. Is it that one? Thank you. The crowd is happy. I hope you enjoyed it. Be brief, be bold, be gone. No, they want more. Okay, fine. All right. So this is a, here we go. Story begins in a galaxy far away. In a way former lifetime, I was teaching junior, senior high school math and science. And the school is actually I suppose you could call it de-accessioned. I prefer abandoned cavalry camp from World War I. So the classrooms were actually converted. Call them barracks is the word. So they were converted barracks for the classrooms. Fortunately, I had what was the head? Oh, so this was rural. This is San Diego up in the mountains. We had snow days in San Diego, and this is not auto shop. This is me supervising the wiring going to a rocket, which we were going to launch right next to the chem lab. Because really, why would you want to go very far, further than you needed to? And so you can actually almost see this. This was the headmaster's house, and the barracks were back here. And they put me in that one, which was really good because then when I did my chemistry stuff, and I was talking to somebody here about some chemistry things, I started in ninth grade. I met a seventh grader whose name really was James Bond, and he had converted his sister's playhouse to a chem lab, which was primarily used for making fireworks. And then he said, use 80 from Radio Shack, the Commodore PET, and the Apple. And I went to the local store, and I thought, well, I need a computer. I didn't know anything about computers, but if you're going to build a spaceship to go to the moon, then you probably need a computer. If you're going to be a mad scientist launching rockets from 8th grade classrooms, seems like you surely must need a computer. So I liked the way the Commodore PET looked. And just this a moment of destiny, how things unfold on very small details. So the Commodore was like $700, I think, and an Apple was 1,000 plus if you wanted memory. So I went and I was just going to get the Commodore PET, and the guy said, well, you know, it's a very small keyboard, a chiclet keyboard, in fact. And I thought, well, yes, but real pioneers would not, suffering would actually build character. That would be okay. And I also had thought about getting a motorcycle, but I decided a computer would be a better idea because you just spend money once. You don't have to keep putting money into it all the time.
Exactly how it works.
Yes, exactly. So, flawed judgment from the very beginning. But it turned out that when I went in, the Commodore PET was off being demonstrated somewhere. They only had an Apple, and I picked up a brochure, and at the bottom it said, dealer inquiries invited, welcomed perhaps even, it said. I don't know, it was very positive. And I hatched a plan. My plan was to tell them I was a dealer, get a discount, and get an Apple II for the same price as a Commodore PET with the big keys. So I called the distributor for Apple. They actually had a distributor. This was all happening in 1978. So 1978, I called the distributor and I say, I'm a dealer. I'd like to. And I had a friend, the one who said I should get one. So I talked to him. I said, if we buy two, that'll be a quantity purchase. And then we'll be a dealer and we'll get a discount and everything will be cool. So I called the distributor for Apple, and I think they were in LA, and so I was a dealer, and he said, fine, we'll come down and look at your store. Now there was a snag, so I broke down immediately. He said, I'm sorry, I don't have a store. I just want a discount. He said, well, I have an idea. Why don't you go into a store that doesn't have Apple computers, talk them into being a dealer, and then somehow they'll be so grateful they'll let you have one of the machines at their cost or something. So I did. I got a cheap used suit at Goodwill, a briefcase left over from San Diego State University, got a tie, you'll hear about later, and went door to door trying to convince them that computers were the thing of the future. This was the chance to get in on the ground floor. I went into Olson Electronics, and I went into, this was San Diego, went into various places without much success, but I did find an Exidy sorcerer dealer. His name was Mark Yaxley in El Cajon, California, and he went for the idea. He said, I've heard about that Apple, and maybe we could work something out. So Mark Yaxley and whatever the name of the store was, and they would say, well, when you can show us how Hangman is going to help our dry cleaning business, but right now we're a little busy. So I had a lot of time. Oh, hold on, we need to put this thing on don't go to sleep mode. So I had a lot of time and no knowledge, and so I started exploring how to make this thing do things. And then I discovered I could actually send in my little article about what I discovered to Call Apple magazine. And so I started doing that. So this somewhere in the fine print here, it's got, well, it's all blurry, you can't read it anyway. But anyway, one of those Call Apple issues, there were some early ones with articles by Roger Wagner, one of which my claim to fame is, and this sounds really cool when you're in a bar with people who can be impressed with a story like this, is publishing the first code to scroll the screen in both directions. Imagine how that changed the world. Yeah, you youngins take that for granted now, but Call Apple was the place that, back in those days, it was read once. That was it. Well, you just read once and that's it. And somebody said, well, you know, you could sell this stuff. So the Programmer's Utility Pack became the first thing, and this was still in the times of cassettes of all things, hand-typed on like a real typewriter, labels that went on cassettes that I got at probably the Radio Shack or something, and put them in a Ziploc bag, and then had the documentation, which was also typed on a real typewriter, duplicated. So anyway, the routine, or I'm sorry, the Programmer's Utility Pack was based on having written some code and learning, it actually would renumber basic programs. Yes, and however, remember, I knew nothing. So my approach, never use subtlety when a 2x4 will accomplish the same task. So I had, with peeks and pokes, I had one basic program renumber the other by just working its way through until it got to what it knew was a line number, like find the token for go to, and then find the numbers after that, and then keep those in AppleSoft rails. Well, it wasn't real fast, but the real rub was that in AppleSoft, as it's stored, 99 is 2 bytes and 199 is 3. So when you renumber upward or downward, things have to move. The rest of those bytes have to accommodate that change. And that is really long to do with a big loop of peeks and pokes. So I had to learn machine language, assembly language. So my big accomplishment, I dug around and I figured out how to go into memory. I figured out 2 things. One was how to move a block of memory up or down to accommodate the number. And the other one was I discovered, which I thought was pretty remarkable, how to have 2 AppleSoft programs in memory at the same time. This is like weird, one computer and 2 programs. I discovered that you could just fool it, which is, by the way, another major breakthrough in my learning curve was that you can fool computers. Today we call it hacking, but back then there were these 2 pointers in memory that said where the AppleSoft program began and ended, and another one that said where it was currently running. So I discovered I could just move those pointers to another block of code. So one AppleSoft program was churning through the other one. And so that led to Roger's easel, which actually then used blocks of memory that had low-res images, and it actually was a low-res paint program that would move blocks of 40 by 40 low-res images in. So you could do slideshows and all kinds. But remember, this is like 1978 or 79, probably 79 at that point. AppleDoc was the big hit because once I could do all this, and this is still basic. So there was a basic program with a little bit of machine code that would make a list of all the variables in your program. That's all. And people were FedExing orders saying, I know the software is only $9, but I need it now. And I was amazed that they would pay FedEx fees, or I think a courier came by once for somebody working on something really important. And one of my memorable registration forms for AppleDoc was from Herbie Hancock. So who knows what was going on with that, but he was. So then things started to grow. I mean, there were orders coming in for tens of dollars. And I knew to be a real business, remember I didn't know anything about business, so the story has a turn in about 10 years. But in any event, I knew that a real business needed an office. So I got and that is pretty much the size of the office. I think it was whatever the smallest thing you could get that was about a 12 by 12. The office was not much bigger than a trade show booth, actually. But I had my office, and I started sort of duplicating things, and then I discovered that I could order from Germany custom, like accordion disc holders, so then I could have a product line. So there's still some of those around. I think Chris has some. And then I started going to conferences, where I have to use those tens of dollars to pay for a $100 booth and get a fancy vinyl sign for Southwestern Data. And the name I chose because I wanted something that wasn't too small, like Rogers El Cajon, California software company, but galactic, enterprises sounded, a little over the top. So I thought Southwestern, that's believable. So Southwestern Data Systems, the name is nothing more than that. And there I am coding something, and I think those very discs from that holder are sitting in a box I brought so that we could try and read them one more time. There are those attractive cases, by the way. Those are still available by asking the right person the right question. And I have them in 8-inch size, too. So for those of you who have 8-inch disk drives for high capacity. And I have the business look there. Yes, bought a tie. Apparently he bought a tie too. And then while that all was going on, Darth Vader arrived. So soft talk, and this is a weird story too, but I've had a hard time finding issue 1. And I think I bought one. a long time ago, but the problem is I have the Indiana Jones storage system, archival system. So I have things, but they're impossible to find. So I think I might have bought one, but I haven't seen it in a very long time if I did, and I'm not really sure I did. I might have imagined it. And today, at the garage giveaway, after everyone had ravaged the space, as I picked through this is all being recorded, right? As I picked through and stepped over the beer cans and empty whiskey bottles, what was just sitting right on top was an issue 1 soft talk. Yeah. So just so you don't feel too bad, it did look like the dog had both chewed and made his permanent mark on it, which is probably why it was still there. But you know, when you have none, then a ravaged one was still better than none. So that was kind of cosmic today. So soft talk, I started. This is the imposter syndrome. That's, you know, when you feel like you're an imposter. I was. So I was talking to Soft Talk and Margot, and they said, yeah, we're doing this magazine. I said, yeah, I love the magazine. And I said, well, I'm learning machine language. I can move a block of memory from here to there and back if I wish. And they said, well, how about a column? Why don't you write a column on machine language since you know it? So I did. So I started writing the assembly lines column, and it was kind of neat. It actually, since I had been a teacher, I knew that the classic strategy is you only need to be 1 prep period ahead of your students. So every month I just wrote what I had learned in the passing month. So I was just working my way through the different commands and finding things to actually use them for, trying to always have some example or whatever. But that, and I'll just say in passing, we had this discussion today that I actually think that was a gift from God that I then ignored for 40 years. And to this day, I still ignore it, which is the best time to write a book is when you're new to the subject, not when you're an expert. Because by the time you're an expert, you forget all the things that are hard for a learner. When you are the learner, it's these things that just, like, what do you mean it's F035? I mean, and like your whole brain is melted over that, and the expert just has like a paragraph. There were some, Chris Torrance, things, they say you can't stand in the same river twice, but this being here today feels pretty darn close to that. But anyway, so so the Assembly Lines lives today as the compilation. Although I have to say, the only downside of that book is it has the errors removed. So the learning opportunities of the first assembly lines with the occasional error in the source code are perhaps greater, but make do. It was kind of neat when I found out it had been translated into other languages. So there's a German version for the assertive programmer. There's a French version for the cultured one, and those are not easy to come by. And then I decided, well, the real secret to my future is to become a publisher, not because I have to keep being clever by moving memory. That's eventually going to run out. So I thought if I publish, I'll find other smart people and be the publisher for them. So I started running ads in magazines that said, "Hey, you got code? Send us stuff, and we'll be your publisher." A guy walked in named Peter Meyer, who was, I think, a math PhD, or he was really a smart guy, but the part I always remember, he was also apparently the secretary to the High Lama in Tibet. Now, I don't think the High Lama is the same as the Dalai Lama, but I'm not really up on my lamas, so. But he was a very philosophical guy, and he was from Australia, not from Tibet, and he had made this really clever idea that in AppleSoft, an ampersand will jump to a given location and start running some code. As long as it ends with an RTS, everybody will be happy. So he had done something that used that little AppleSoft pointer to say, great, I just arrived from a call from a running AppleSoft program from an ampersand. I'm now going to increment the pointer and read the name, like sort, or invert screen, or whatever, followed by parameters that AppleSoft will also parse for you. You could even have an equation with 5 layers of variables. And AppleSoft would parse all that and hand it to your routine and say that the result's 25, or here's a pointer to the string, or whatever. And it was amazing. absolutely amazing, and I spent the next years of my youth, while everybody else was saying, I know, let's write a spreadsheet, a word processor, a hit arcade game. I was tapping away, writing yet one more and another, and so were other people. There's a whole toolbox series that I don't have on the screen, but it was pretty amazing, and I loved it to this day, and I just heard that there are other people that our very own my doctor here loves the toolbox, and how many people have used the toolbox in the last 10 years? Just open it. All 3 of you, very good. It's a limited audience, but now the rest of you know what you've been missing in your, and there were no hidden commands. If you wanted to put in bold, then there was a character that said start being in bold, and it didn't put it in bold. It just had a marker character there, but it was very fast and very neat. So anyway, about this time, other stories. You asked for stories, so we have stories. I got a communique from Ken Williams at Sierra Online, who said, hey, let's do a rafting trip. He didn't mean me personally. He said, let's write to all the guys and girls, and let's go up to the Sierras and raft down a river. So we did. Well, I'm in there somewhere, maybe. That's Carlson. It's hard to say because they're so young, but I think that's Gary, but not sure. That's is it Randy Hyde? From Randall Hyde from whatever. I think this is a Sierra Online guide. Don't know what's going on over there. That's shoot, I knew it was Steve. Why am I blanking this all morning? I had no recalling his name, from DataMost. Shoot, the guy from DataMost. He was the one who got arrested in Las Vegas for pandering and some other little things in promoting his products, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, this is being recorded. I don't know his name, and I don't think that was exactly true. I'm sure he misquoted, but he was a famous guy in his time, so we'll just have to. And it was another company. It wasn't DataMost, so I retract all that. Oh, and the guy in the middle, that's Gary Carlson. So anyway, we went on this trip, and the story here is, in the course of the rafting, I remember being tossed out of the boat, or at least in the process of being tossed out of the boat by the tossing of the boat on the rocks and the rapids. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And the hand of Gary Carlson came and plucked me from death's door back into the raft. So that was pretty cool. So I don't know, so more time goes by, and Apple says they're going to have a promotion where they're going to put a coupon in every Apple II computer sold at Christmas. I said, well, this is an opportunity. I just need a proposition. I need something that people who just bought family computers would say, well, of course we need that. We need a magazine for kids, an Apple magazine for kids. So it was the Apple's Apprentice. And it enjoyed a lengthy run of 3 bi-monthly issues. It discovers printing full-color, glossy magazines is not a cheap endeavor, and it can quickly suck all the money out of any reserves you had. But it was fun while it lasted, and it turns out there's where's Brian? Is Brian in the audience? Oh, right there in front of me. Yes, yes. Okay. I could hold it up. Yeah. So it turns out that just in time for Kansasfest, those 3 very rare issues have been recompiled and put into a collectible volume of its very own. And he even actually, the graphics quality in this is actually better than the originals. He meticulously fixed things, and I will say, it's been 20 or 30 years since I looked at this in any depth. I was surprised by how much was covered in just those 3 issues of pretty neat stuff. Now, there was another one here. I don't know if I can find you to read a passage. I'm going to use up to 2 hours very fast at this rate, though. Let's see. Uncle Bill's column, page 21. I said it was for kids, but that didn't mean I knew anything about writing or preparing content for kids, let alone legal liabilities. But it says, off we go. Hi, kids, I'm Uncle Bill. This column is dedicated to having fun with your Apple computers, making lots of money, becoming famous, and seeing what you can get away with while your parents aren't looking. So, it says,
Also, I'll be happy to pass on several tips, hints, gossip, scandal, and whatnot. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Oh, I stopped too early. Some of the issues you all will be interested in include software piracy, illegal entry into bank accounts, electronic grade changing, and burning down your school with a modem. Naturally, I'll be including tips on how to meet girls and tap telephones.
That's awesome.
That was the last issue, and but as you can see, it is highly collectible as a snapshot of its time. But things continued to sort of prosper. Yeah, go on. Yes, good. As they sort of prospered, SoftTalk kept sending me money from the sales of assembly lines, which would fund a certain amount of losses. And so eventually at one of the Apple Fests, I think this one is Long Beach, but I'm not positive. Oh no, this is because this is HyperStudio has arrived. Yes, so this is not the, so it might be the Boston one. Well, anyway, whichever one it was. Oh, right before that is the moment. Hold on. There was a transitional moment between these two. There was all the money that cost. Then there was the lack of funding. Oh, yes, I remember now. The IRS showed up with a clipboard and two people and said, can we just auction everything now to pay what you owe?
Oh, no.
Oh, now I thought, if they're asking, that must mean that I can choose my answer. I went for no. I said, okay. It turned out they actually were very nice. They were very reasonable. And I just had to know to ask the right questions. Like, okay, when I say no, how long before you show up with more guys and you know, the next things happen? And they said about 3 weeks. And I said, okay. And then what happens if I come up with cash? And they said, then you give it to us and we go away. Okay. So one of the guys that was working for me at the time, Garland Buckingham, we were selling Merlin. You might have heard of that. How many people use Merlin here? More than the toolbox. All right, you guys need to get those Merlin skills into the toolbox. But I'm sorry, great, yay! So Merlin was a popular product. And I don't know how he did it. It was like a Jedi mind trick. He called up a dealer and said, you would really like to buy a year's supply of Merlin, wouldn't you? We'll give you a big discount, 10%. I don't know what he said. But all I know is he walked in with a check for the amount we owed the government. And disaster was averted. However, it was, as they say, a wake-up call. So there was a year where I went back to no staff. I did tech support myself for a year. Not that I hadn't done it before, but so prior to this image, by about a year, were very lean times. They say a good education is expensive, and that doesn't just mean paying a university. It's the money you lose making mistakes. How many people how many entrepreneurs or would like to be entrepreneurs do we have here? A few? Come on, more. Put those hands up with pride, right? Now, have all of you perhaps once or twice lost $10 on tens?
Tens of,
yeah, so a good education is expensive. You learned a lot, didn't you? And they don't have a class in that. So anyway, so while I was going through the lean times, the Apple II GS came out, and people were still sending me software. And one person, in fact, this guy right here, Michael O'Keefe, sent me a paint program, and somebody else had sent some sort of a text editing thing. And then a guy walked. That's right. So what? This is out of order. Hold on. No. Oh right. Okay. Yeah. These are kind of okay. So then we'll get. So I'll get to the HyperStudio story in a minute because there's something more. Next up. So this was a show. This is HyperStudio, but this hasn't happened yet. So just ignore it. And that's HyperStudio. And we did a kiosk with a Laserdisc player and a touch screen, and you could find any of the booths in the conference and information about them. With a GS, a touch screen. The top part of this here is a touch screen, a GS down here, Laserdisc underneath, and nice speakers behind here, like 20-watt, several 20-watt speakers, which actually is not bad. So it's pretty cool. But that hadn't happened yet. That slide's out. That group's out of order. We'll get to it in just a moment. However, a year or two later, I think 81 actually was the year, if Ken Williams could write a letter to his friends, I thought I could write a letter back to my friends. And I said, how about we go on a hang gliding trip to Mexico? What could go wrong? So after the Hurricane Jose came through and the software industry was wiped out in 1981, a little known part in history, and did not recover until 1993. Oh no, sorry, that was a different parallel universe. So everybody answered, and people from Sierra Online came, and in fact, Steve Wozniak showed up. And next to him is Burl Smith, who worked on the Mac. The Carlstons are back here somewhere. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's Burl Smith and Andy Hertzfeld. Sorry, Andy Hertzfeld, Burl Smith, and Bob Clardy, Steve Gibson of the Light Pen. There's a Carlston back there. Yours truly up front. Some Randy Hyde people over there. And I think that's one of the instructors on the left. So they came, and we're that close. Steve Jobs was busy that weekend. But at that point, you could write to everybody, and they would actually answer. So we all, so there's the photo from the Assembly Lines, the book, with Bob Clardy and Woz and myself in Mexico with our cool T-shirts. We loaded up buses and hit the road and went down to just south of Rosarito in Mexico. And on the top here are bundled up hang gliders and hit the beaches. And I figured out the reason they did this is because they had Cantamar was the name. They had sloping sand dunes that went quite a distance because the big risk is that some of the students would actually fly. I didn't know you could go that far out. So the beaches went pretty far down, and I actually believe that they, let's see here, that's later. But each of these has, well, I could just skip totally out of order. Hold on here. There we are. So they had these big wheels on it that I just thought were, I don't know, for some reason. But I think they were loaded with sand. I actually think they had weighted down the hang gliders so that they wouldn't fly. But if you were kind of level, and the ground is falling faster than you're descending, you would have the feeling you were flying until you got to the ocean, and at most you'd have to fish some people out of the surf. But anyway, it was pretty cool. And then there was we would, like we do here, we'd be eating in the evenings, and we had shirts. Of course, you have to have shirts with hang gliding things and cartoony stuff on it. Got to find a good image of that. Didn't. But anyway, so we were all having a good time. There's me and the usual suspects, and there's Woz. There's me being happy. There's the Doug Carlson on the left. There's me being happier. And at this moment, I have another idea. I say to Gary, and now he's like a 100-air or 1,000-air. Who knows? He's got all his hit games, and they're just doing great. And I don't have any games because I'm just doing the toolbox and the routine machine and waiting for the IRS to show up after this picture's taken. So I said to Gary, I said, I have an idea. I'm going to do a game. I got sent a game by a guy named John Besnard, and it's a really cool game, and it's where the aliens are the good guys, and the Earth people are attacking. So, and we're going to do it all in the alien script because it's from the aliens. So I can't write it in English because that would ruin the illusion, right? So I said, but I have an idea. If you're going to play this at work, wouldn't it be really cool to have Control B, the boss key, put up a spreadsheet? So I will say I have actually been in social settings where HyperStudio and my various stories have no effect at all. But I was speaking to somebody and I said, well, that's kind of the bottom of the barrel, but I did invent the boss key. What? You invented the boss key? Go figure. At the end of one's life, what will stand out?
And a humorous boss key at that.
Yes, that's right. And so we have the alien mortgage expense and I don't know, whatever, but for outer space simulations. Yes, no, yeah, negative. Yes, this would be the what do you call it? Portent? Of what was to come. So yeah, so there's Bizarre, and then I actually presaged the artist formerly known as Prince by having, you know, the name in the alien script. And now the problem was, because I ran a contest to decode this, and we have somebody here who actually, did it and decode. You could win too. Oh my God, you were competitors, and you still get along. Yeah. So the contest was, if you could decode the complete game, then you'd be in the drawing for an Apple II.
And all the ads, right?
I don't remember. You remember the rules, but that's because you entered it. Yeah. So we did.
Because the remarkable thing about the game is that you just ran those ads completely in alien script with no explanation.
Yes, there was a flaw in my marketing plan. See, Prince had some form of electronics that arrived, and he was actually able to send out his little symbol to people who would want to put the artist formerly known as Prince with a symbol. But in this time, that didn't really work, and I really was far too busy to be sending out custom alien fonts to A+ magazine or whatever. So I couldn't really tell people the name, because then they could decode the script and it would take the fun out of it. So I said, I've got this thing, it's just called the Alien Game. And it didn't work. But it really was beautiful and wonderful work of art, and we had sobered up and went back to flying. Well, this is ground school, and that's Woz actually flying. So that's pretty cool. And there he is lugging the hang glider back up again. Oh, more time on the flying, yep. There's a guy just to make sure. But every once in a while they'd get away. There's me. And they're not really very elegant, not exactly the American Eagle, but whatever. Just a skinny guy with long legs headed for the sharks. But that was ground school, a little bit out of order. So it was fun. We spent a couple days down there, and great joy was had by everyone. Of course, in the evenings, guitars appeared. And the reason I asked in Facebook about guitars was at a Kansasfest many years ago. I think Bill Budge was here, and anyway, we got into a discussion of the correlation between people who like computing and people who like music, and found that we believed there was a high correlation. So there we are. There are one of the Carlsons playing guitar, and we're singing Kumbaya or something. Who knows? Steve Gibson of the Light Pen, looking very happy. Around that time, I thought Southwestern Data Systems, well, there was a problem. Somebody else had already named their company Southwestern Data Systems, and I considered a lot of different names, and we just went for Roger Wagner Publishing. Nobody had taken that one yet. So that's about the time the name changed. And so I've broken this up into 4 decades. Of time, and so next we'll pick up the pace a little bit, go to 1988, where that booth actually becomes HyperStudio becomes relevant. There's just something here I need to check on. Could you say just a few words or something, or not? Just look mystified if you'd like. Hold on here. Right back. Don't worry. All right, hold on. I just need to go to the restroom.
Some enchanted evening, you may see a stranger. You may see a stranger across the crowded room, and somehow you'll know even then, that somehow you'll see her again and again.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Dragging on the ground.
Dragging on the ground. No wonder I couldn't hear myself. We're good. Now we have a tide hanging on. Good. Okay. We're receiving Morse code from the alien planet. Interesting. Okay, where were we? That fixed it. So this is now we're around 1988, and a guy walks into my office named Dave Klimas. And Dave Klimas says, you know, I've been thinking of getting into this computer business stuff, this personal computing revolution. And I said, well, he said, what should I do? I said, you're in luck. I keep a book of ideas. Every time I get an idea, I write it down in this little book. There's far more than I can do, and it turns out that really it takes a lot of work to do any of these. So I'll give you an idea, and if you can come back and have made some progress on it, then we'll see where it goes. And I said, there's this new computer called the Apple II GS. Now this is 88. The GS came out in 86. Some of you may know, actually, strangely enough, Apple took the team that had done the Mac and put a number of them on the Apple II GS. So the GS is actually built with the experience of having built a Mac. So it had more memory, it had more color, it had a 16 stereo voice MIDI synthesizer built in, it eventually had a video overlay card. It was an amazing machine, and in fact, still is. And for some strange reason, it could play digitized audio. It had some circuitry for doing the digitizing, but it was lacking one last little bit. It needed this part. Okay. Well, he's supposed to be talking. Well, it needed that part. Whoa. There we are. Okay. Aha. Although what he's saying I could narrate too. But there's later on that I can't fake, so we'll see here. Is that when I walked off stage and yanked the stereo equipment? Do they even say that word anymore, stereo? I feel like that's like a dial. Somebody I know calls it Moses words. You know.
A high five.
Like a beauty parlor or beauty salon or something, yes. It's.
So we'll start over here on the left, and I'll make my way to the right of this system. This is an audio input card, which came with HyperStudio, and it was used for digitizing sound, and you could connect a microphone in there to record sound.
So Dave Klimas comes in and says, you know, he'd like to decide. So I'll look in my little book here. This GS came out. I have an idea. I want to use a speaker as a microphone. First, we're already down the road of bad ideas. But remember, I don't really know hardly anything very well, but I knew I wanted cheap. So I didn't want a microphone and a speaker. I would use the speaker as a microphone. It works at Jack in the Box, in the old days. Anyway, I said, if you can build a digitizer card for the GS for under $5, then we'll move forward. We'll see where that goes. And the original idea I had was to do a circus game. So Bob Bishop was actually able to do voice recognition with binary input from the cassette input. It wasn't really good, but like a dancing bear, the fact that you could do it at all was pretty amazing. Yeah, and you could actually, maybe the battery's going or something?
Maybe that's it.
Who knows? Let's switch here. All right.
Take this guy instead.
All right. Let's see here. Спасибо. Каждая шутка, я сдаю шутка, comrades. Oh, sorry, I have wrong mic. Hold on, can we change to other? I can switch this part here. Okay, I think that's better. A smattering of applause. We will clean that up later. So anyway, so my original idea was if on an Apple II you could do voice recognition with just a binary input, imagine on a GS, wouldn't it be cool to have a circus game where you would have these animals just running around, you know, chaotically on the screen, but you'd say, up Simba, and eventually it would learn that, and you could actually control circus animals with some sort of speech recognition, and I thought it would be a really cool game. It didn't really work out well. The speaker wasn't a very good microphone, and I thought of one day, and as an alternative idea, well, maybe I could do Timothy Leary and Andy Warhol's version of HyperCard instead. That turned out to be a better idea. Well, I don't know. Maybe the other one would have sold billions and life would have been different. But in any way, so he said, what are you talking about, Roger? Well, every software, every program entity has sort of a fundamental data layer to it. In HyperCard, that's a database, name, address, phone number on cards. And you can put a picture in there, but the picture is secondary. You could attach a sound, but that's secondary. In HyperStudio, my thought was, why not make a multi-screen paint program? Why not? There's memory for it now. So now the fundamental data layer is a paint program, not a database. Now you can put text on the screen, you can put buttons that go to other screens, you can even put movies. So we're running HyperStudio for this presentation. So we ended up going down that road. I had this guy that had just sent me a paint program and somebody else that had offered something else. So I brought together this team and said, I know, let's do something similar to HyperCard, but for the GS that's media-based. And the word studio then had to do with, like an artist studio, a sculptor studio, a recording studio, but studio is a common word for art, not databases. So that board changed, was the butterfly effect that had an immense effect on the world for the next 20 years to this very day. When I travel around and go to educational conferences or meet people, it's very satisfying and rewarding how many people encountered HyperStudio at some point as an 8th grader or a 4th grader, and took a different path. So that was HyperStudio for the GS. It ultimately included a microphone and a speaker and everything needed to create multimedia projects. It was reviewed in Insider in 1989. I found this I didn't even remember that it was on this. I found this in the garage giveaway. That's a fresh photo. So HyperStudio grew, and so at Apple Fest, I started showing it around at different conferences. You'll record the kiosks that were in the earlier ones that should have been here. So I actually started having a real booth and a much smaller number of employees and overhead expenses. And so starting in this decade, things started to grow organically. I thought, this is the Apple Excellence Award arranged by Matt Deathridge from Apple, which is pretty cool. Why look at that shirt? I think I've seen that somewhere. Very familiar. The question is, how can it, there's a special energy field I use to preserve all of the artifacts, as though not a day has passed. Although I think I should get my glasses, probably check the prescription on these. It's been 30 years. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, I changed these back. I did change. Sorry, we're in a different decade. The glasses are correct for that decade. All right. So Booth and Michael O'Keefe showing HyperStudio. Oh, I have another copy of the kiosk. That's good. Told you all about that. Oh, and that brings us to Kansasfest. So now things are starting to cook. This is a photo from '95, but I think the years I came were '92, 3, or 3, 4, and 5, but I know I have evidence of being here in 4 and 5 for sure. And I think there's some videos and photos to document this. And for some reason, my ties, this was just a regular tie I would normally wear, but for some reason, the ties that I was accustomed to wearing drew commentary from the public. And so ultimately, there became the Roger Wagner tie contest. Now, none of you here have heard of that contest, I know. You've never heard of it, sir, have you? You've never heard of that. So, but contested, sir, would you stand to show an actual artifact of this decade that we're currently in through the magic of my time machine? Yes, and sir, wait, we're not done yet. Would you stand again? And then have your assistants on either side, or one assistant, but enough to hold it out so that at least half the people in the room can see what is actually on that amazing tie. Now, it actually requires 3 conference rooms to accommodate. Now, I'm seeing File, Edit, Move, Tools, Objects. Is that a HyperStudio? And if it isn't, just say yes, it is. What?
And card on the far
And card on the, oh, there we are. That looks good. Now, would you just flip around so the people behind you can see? Although I guess they're seeing, because it's knit, they're probably seeing the mirror image, aren't they? Now, notice I've given them a mathematical challenge, which will result in the strangulation of the only witness. Hey. And for those of you on the periphery who were not able to clearly see, that would be the extended tie. By the way, in the cosmic way the universe works, did you and I communicate in any way that you should bring that to this event today?
did not.
Right answer. I'll give you the $10 later. So I hope you are as equally moved by seeing that I had your excellent accomplishment documented here as I am by having you actually appear, showing that I hadn't faked the photos. So now you may have also heard of the event called. What did you say?
Fight the Bag.
Wow, amazing. You'll know about that game. So I did read somewhere there was some, now it's a skill of great, as you know, game of great skill, concentration, and agility, and humiliation thrown in for at no extra charge. I kind of like this bag. It says car troubles. There's an artistic opportunity at any moment for combining the scene unfolding with the messaging on the bag. So here I am executing actually aerobatic maneuvers. That's all totally under perfect control. It's all intentional. It's in theater, we say send them down to bring them up. You know, you have to make it look hard because it's so easy. If you just did it, everybody would think it was easy. So you have to make it look difficult. That's why I'm just making it look difficult. To prove that this goes back all the way to 1994 at least, because some documentation said 95, I actually have with me, is it? Okay. I have with me, I'll have to see it later, I actually have with me the crown, the Bite the Bag crown from 1994. Yeah, we have witnesses. I meant to put it in here, but I got distracted worrying about whether I'd have my presentation or not. So yes, Bite the Bag, and I'm not sure, but I suspect that her crown is made from a Bite the Bag artifact, but I don't think it's actually the crown, or it's from Burger King. I just can't tell. But it doesn't really have the Burger King stuff on it.
It's turned around.
Oh, poser. Never mind. All right. All right. Well, anyway, so here's the shirt, as they say, and I'm hoping that at some point maybe we can put our collective wisdom together and do an annotated, hyperlinked version of this, so that you could hover over this with a mouse and actually find the. This one's kind of cool. Whoops. Hold. It says, next year it's just you, me and you. So apparently it's a grudge match for Bite the Bag. So anyway, so that was on the GS, and then eventually the Mac. It took years. So the GS was 86. The Mac couldn't do color until 92 at least. I get a little confused between when you could do color on a Mac for $10,000 and when you could actually do it on the LC. At a reasonable price, but that's what made the HyperStudio wasn't worth doing until the Mac could finally do it on color. Inspired by this very event, I started in San Diego having HyperFest. So it was like Kansasfest, and including, it was a 24-hour conference. We had people just like here, except for HyperStudio. And so except we did teachers, the most users of HyperStudio were classroom teachers. So they were coming and showing amazing things, and that went on for 7 years. There was a mascot named Addie. Perry Rees, who was my mentor and taught me amazing things. And by the end of the 90s, mid-90s to sort of the end, HyperStudio had actually become the #1 title in K-12 education worldwide. So there were Turkish. So there were versions in Welsh, Portuguese, French, Spanish, just translations all over the place, Danish. It was, at the time, being young and self-impressionable, I thought it was because I was brilliant, but in fact I was surfing more waves of good fortune that were all simultaneously happening. The internet had not quite arrived, but yes, then there it was, and I was doing hypertext and hypermedia. CDs were invented during the, or became available during the time of HyperStudio, even though we were already doing CD-like content. Schools are deciding that it might be a good idea for kids to have computers in schools, but what would they do with them? I know, a project on whales. Oh, look, there's HyperStudio. It's great for making projects on whales. So I had some things I'd like to think contributed to the positive energy and success, but I was in the end extremely fortunate. But with good fortune comes paranoia. Oh, hold on. We'll get to the paranoia point in a moment. Celebrating the vast commercial success of HyperStudio, I then went to the next logical step of promotion and advertising, which would be sprint car racing with expensive banners promoting the product. Crickets. But nonetheless, there was my name and it felt good. So I needed a bigger sign that moved. So eventually, this is the HyperStudio sponsored sprint car. And the gentleman there is, and I'm wearing the official jacket. It's pretty cool. And actually the gentleman there would be my brother. That's crazy Uncle Chuck, as we say. But anyway, now Chuck's a great guy. So he was the builder and driver of this, and so it was pretty cool. Those times were very good. But there was this problem of paranoia. So I was convinced that Apple and Microsoft and big companies would suddenly recognize, hey, if everybody in the world's using this software, maybe it's pretty good. And they'd put 100 programmers on it, and I'd just be out of a job again. Again? Yes, again. So I'd be out of a job again. So I thought I should sell the company so that I wouldn't just end up with nothing. So I went around and I found people to help me do that. The favorite story is from Microsoft. So there were like 20 people in the room. And I did my demonstration. By the way, I did mention before I knew nothing about business. I still didn't. But later, years after this time, I started figuring things out. Of course, never listened to a guy that said he's figured stuff out. So, but I figured out a couple things. But anyway, so one of them was, I didn't need to do a demonstration. It really was a napkin deal. The companies were in the midst of a giant growth plan who were buying anything that breathed. So all I had to do was hold up a box and say, hi, I have educational software. Do you want it? They would say, we don't know what either of those words are, but yes, we want it. But I did a whole big show. And so I was up at Mike's, I had 20 people in a room. And essentially, as I recall, of course, subject to legal disclaimer that I may recall this moment totally inaccurately and mean no ill feelings at all to any company at all with lots of lawyers. As I recall, what I heard was something like, well, if we thought there was anything good there, we would just build it ourselves. So have a nice day. But I found a buyer eventually, the company that owned Howard Johnson, Avis Rent-A-Cars, Universal Studios, and Seagram's. They bought HyperStudio. You can see how all those things fit together. That's really Mom, why do you keep locking the liquor cabinet, and why don't we keep the HyperStudio discs in there? It was a natural sort of thing. So they acquired HyperStudio, and I retired for a while. So hold on here. Nope. Okay, hold on. Excuse me just a moment. I think I had too much iced tea. And I have to try to, and I'm wireless this time, so I won't pull out anything, right? Okay, good. Put that there, put that there. Uh-oh, that was a bad one. All right, we're not going to do that. You can't see anything. Just
pay no attention to the manager.
Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high.
Geez, this sounded like a better plan. How's the stage end? Hold on. There we go. All right. Nothing out of the unusual. So, the Prince of Tides was neither about princes nor tides. Discuss. Let's see here. Where was I? Oh, yes. Okay. I didn't really get to finish summertime, did I? But hold on. All right. Oh no, there's time. There we are. Imagine how many clothes I have to keep for how many centuries just to be able to do this kind of thing. Actually, I was going to leave those off, but I like to see you, so I'll put those back on. But in the promo pictures, they're not there. So I did successfully sell a software company in the late 90s, not for billions, well, there were a lot of zeros missing from that line, but I escaped what I thought was certain doom. It turned out the doom never came. Nobody ever understood what HyperStudio did. So they could never build. In fact, so I was talking to somebody on the plane flying here, and they said, well, you must have had competitors. And I said, yeah, imagine, I'll tell you what the competition was like. Imagine that I sell coffee. And somebody says, I know, they're doing a great business. Let's compete with Starbucks. Let's make cupcakes. And they do, and they do a great cupcake business, but it doesn't have any effect. So somebody else says, wow, well, you know, they tried, but they got it all wrong. Let's do stationery and envelopes and pencils, and that'll be good. So in the end, the secret of HyperStudio was very simple. It was designed to be the best tool for student projects. A kid has to do a report on whales. What do they need? So every design decision was centered around how fast can it move, it's just got to be low friction, you've got 30 minutes to do something useful, and you've got to be able to do anything. If you want to connect to Lego robotics, you want to attach to a scanner, no matter what you want to do, as long as it's in the context of doing a student project, then HyperStudio was designed to accommodate it. Other people would say, I know, let's do movie software, and we'll tell stories with movies, and now we'll make, and then they just went off, right? So now they're on an arc about doing things with movies. But if you happen to be able to do a student project with it, it was incidental. And somebody else, you know, took some other angle. But generally, they were very enamored with a different paradigm, but their goal wasn't to allow students to do projects. So it turned out that to this day, nobody ever duplicated HyperStudio, and I don't think they ever will, although that's a pretty big word. But never did. So anyway, I sold the company. I retired. And one of the things I might have mentioned my chemistry story earlier. This was my lab when I was in 9th grade, when I'd met James Bond and we started exploring the wonders of chemistry. By, let's see, 9th grade, right, so 10th grade, by high school, my lab was upgraded a bit. Oh, by the way, this book here, that was one I found. It's from 1872. And it has pretty much on that page the recipe for the vial of Galadriel that Frodo used in the mountain to illuminate while the spider Shelob was after him. How many people know what I just said? Yes, I knew I was here for the right audience. So it turns out that in this book called Richard's Book of Receipts, because that's what they called, oh, I'm sorry, it's called, yeah, receipts. What they really mean is recipes, was what they really mean is formulas for how to make things, but they use the word receipts, is how to boil white phosphorus in olive oil. Now, there's some tricky parts in the process. Those of you who may have heard rumors of white phosphorus's less agreeable properties, like bursting into flame on exposure to air, let alone boiling it in a pot of olive oil. But it turns out if you do that, the instructions say you can put it in a little bottle, and it's handy for reading your pocket watch at night when there's no illumination prior to radium. So you would pull out your little bottle, you'd crack the cork a little bit, the oxygen would go inside, the whole bottle would start glowing, and you could read your pocket watch. You'd die later of phosphorus poisoning, but it was a great trick, and as a 14-year-old, 15-year-old boy, I thought it was great. So yes, I did boil up white phosphorus, except there was a problem. White phosphorus was very expensive. Red phosphorus was cheap. Now you can go to jail forever for just saying the words out loud. But in any event, so I discovered I could distill red phosphorus into white phosphorus by building a flask, heating the red phosphorus. It would change to white. It would come over in gas form. And then distill, and then immediately fall in some water. But it would, anyway, I can see you're fascinated by that. Roger, no, we're here to hear about the Apple II. Okay, well, the part about that was when I started teaching high school, I thought it'd be a really good thing to have my kids do, because as everyone knows, the thing you're excited about is what you want to teach a new learner. And then I discovered that sometimes there are steps that you did that you kind of forgot to tell the new learner. So the problem, this is all true. So in fact, at that that scene of those kids in that lab, that was my lab, and that was the kid in this story. There's an Erlenmeyer flask or a Florence flask. The red phosphorus changes to white. It comes over a tube. It condenses. It's still liquid. And now when it comes out the end, it wants to burst into flame, so that's a problem. So you've got a little beaker full of water here, and it only falls about that far, but it's in the water and everything's good. So I had him do that. I explained all that to him. And then I left the room. I explained it to him, and then there was a noise. And I forgot the part where the water level rises as the phosphorus is dripping into the little beaker. It displaces and the water level rises. And you have to remember to raise the apparatus or lower the beaker every couple minutes so that the water doesn't touch the tube. Because if it does, if you're not heating this thing permanently, just like perfectly with positive pressure, it's kind of oscillating. It kind of goes, it kind of breathes a little. But on the inhale, if it touches the water, it sucks the water into the tube, which is like at 200 degrees centigrade or more, which makes the tube really unhappy, but it also cools the tube, which means it sucks even harder. So it takes about that long for the water to shoot into the flask, which is probably 300 degrees centigrade. And even though it says clearly on the outside Pyrex, I think there was a liability issue there for the Pyrex company, because I can tell you when the water shot into the flask, it just exploded. So when it broke, there was all this vaporous white phosphorus, which they did. Oh yes, World War I, yes, it's chemical warfare. Yes, that was where I remember reading about that. So there was a wump, and it makes huge amounts of smoke, which is why they used it as an agent in warfare. Fortunately, the kid was decked out with protective gear like an astronaut, right? So mostly there was a big noise, and he said, "Whoa, what was that?" And I said, "Well, did you remember to lower the beaker every couple minutes?" But at that point, in the school they had built, they had a recycling air system. So unfortunately, all the smoke, when it went into the little vents, just came out in all the other classrooms. But you only want to hear computer stories, so we'll just move on. But I'll just say, then what happened? And then what happened was they said, well, Mr. Wagner must be doing another experiment. They didn't evacuate the school. Apparently, they just went on, and I don't know why. The times were different back then, and we opened some windows and went on. Anyway, one of the things I wanted to do was return to my youth, as we all do, as evidenced by the fact that you are all here. And I wanted to recreate my chem lab from my junior high school days. So, and we have a witness to this, actually. Mr. Torrance has seen this. But it's a little bigger than that, isn't it? Yeah, so I had a whole room. So I had a little bit of space. And then there was another wall in the room, too. So between the two, we pretty much had a really nice area. I never really particularly used it, except to do a couple things for the grandkids and whatever, but it was pretty fun. And then I was into collecting books, and so for about 10 years I owned a rare book auction house in San Francisco. Hold on, let's come back here. How are we doing on time, by the way?
I just crossed over 1 hour.
Oh, good. And we're already to, and this is going to go through. We're already to part 3. We're the 3rd decade already. Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, I had a rare book auction house, and I like singing. I got it.
Summertime, and the living is easy.
Oh yeah, baby.
Fish are jumping,
oh yeah,
and the cotton is high.
And you had lots of keynotes like this here, haven't you?
Your daddy's rich.
Yeah, your dad is rich.
And your mama is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. these mornings, one of these mornings, you're gonna rise up. Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. But until that morning, ain't nothing gonna harm you. So
Oh, sorry, with your daddy and mama. There's no karaoke here. I'm just faking it.
and in my
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's Michael Udelson on the piano. Talented guy, amazing. Makes me sound 100 times better. Oh, it's the secret. Just gotta get a good accompanist. We all doing good out there? We're all mellow, having a good time? Everybody, summertime, sing along, come on, let me hear, brothers and sisters. And the living is easy. Now I'm gonna turn this down so I can hear you. It's all jumping, and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich. Come on, participation here. I'm looking at you. Is good looking. So hush, little baby. Take it on home. Don't you cry. Yeah, so I had a little free time on my hands, so I learned to fly planes. Found a good jacket, said that looks like a pilot's jacket. I think I'll go learn to fly a plane. That's a little ritual when they I got my pilot. I did my first solo. There's actually nobody in the plane. That is a selfie, yes. And there's a ritual of cutting the tail feathers or something. Anyway, they cut off the back of your shirt. That's my instructor, Howard Johnson. Thrown out of an airplane in World War II when he was 14 years old as an air cadet. Went up on a little introductory flight. The engine on the bomber exploded and went off and hit the tail, and they thought they were all going to die, so he had a parachute on. They kicked open the floor panel, threw the kid out the bottom. That turned out actually the airplane was okay. It kept flying. It was meant to take lots of damage. They landed, and then they had to go find the kid they'd thrown out in a field somewhere. That's the kind of guy you want to learn to fly from. I got a pilot's license, learned to fly different kinds of planes. Just to make sure the authorities would properly respect me, I got my license signed by Buzz Aldrin and Scott Carpenter. Second. What do you mean I'm doing something wrong? They say I'm okay. Well, it does, yes. Yeah, that was the main objection. The problem was when they stopped me, they say, which one are you? I don't know, that's Bert Kersey and I must be the other guy. I also decided, well, you know, anything worth doing is worth overdoing, so I got a Mexican pilot's license. Yes, it's real. That they actually some of the exams are tougher than they are here. Here, the physical is the doctor just says, "Well, did you find my office okay? Did you see the sign on the front?" You say, "Yes, I did." "Well, your eyesight's just fine." When you're here, apparently the receptionist, when she called your name, did she need to come over and tap you on the shoulder? Or did you just stand up and come in? I know I heard her. So, well, then your hearing's just fine. Now the elevator's out. We always turn that off whenever we do a pilot exam. Did you come up the stairs okay? You don't seem to be breathing hard. I said, yes. Well, your heart's fine. Here's your sign off, and you are a pilot. In Mexico, they had me draw pictures of my mother and ask questions about whether I think being in a gang and smuggling illegal substances is a good idea. I figure if they're asking that question, they're looking for the answer no. But I passed that test, and those are true stories. So I learned to fly all kinds of planes, and it was wonderful. I still do. If this bottom one down here, that's the Zeppelin Eureka, airship Eureka, largest airship in the world at the time. Some of my favorites, World War II trainer, and it is a freaking good picture, I admit. I don't deserve the picture. I was looking, when I travel, I just find flying clubs, and I say, hey, can I get an instructor and go out and fly? And they have a list. They'll have a Cessna, and they'll have a Cherokee, and I'm in Palo Alto, clue. And I go down the list, and it's got, we've got an SNJ World War II trainer. I mean, like flying club, like I can just say, yeah, that one? He goes, yeah, Saturday at 1, okay? I said, yeah. So we went out and flew around in that, which was very cool. Amphibious aircraft, seaplanes. I love seaplanes. Oh yeah, this one was pretty cool. So I decided for my birthday, I was born on October 10th, 1952. Another karmic moment there. Oh, now you have all my personal information. Will steal my identity, but please do. I've got so much to do. I've got everything ready for you. When I steal the identity, it's ready for you. But anyway, so I found a place, and somebody asked, they said, you don't just go on the internet and like Google fly a jet plane on Saturday, do you? I said, well, actually you do. But so I did. So it was pretty cool. And then I also did. Let's see, is that right? Oh, right. No, sorry. And then I also did desert camping. Flew into Burning Man. So that's the Burning Man lake bed. And Burning Man is just behind me. So the kind of secret thing. HyperStudio is still sold to schools, and it has example projects. And this photo. There's a project that second graders are looking at this very moment that just says desert camping by plane. Be sure to bring along water and all the things you'll need. And like there's solar panels that I've saran wrapped to the elevators back here, so they're charging this battery so that when I get nervous and it's time to leave and I overcrank the motor and the battery dies, there's no AAA for airplanes out in the middle of the Black Rock Desert. So that was one of the things I was worried about. So that was my backup battery for when I screwed up starting the engine when it was time to go home. Fortunately, it started and I didn't need it, but anyway, it makes a nice story in a HyperStudio stack for schools. I just don't mention it's at Burning Man. So yes, that brings us then to the next chapter. Hold on a minute. You'll never guess, but I don't really have an outfit for this one, but it's okay. Let's move along because it's the shtick, right? There's that microphone again. All right, let's see here. I don't have an outfit. Oh, wait, tie. Oh, I wore the tie. Oh, yeah, so now we're just back to normal, I guess. All right. Tuck in my shirt. I don't want to keep you waiting. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you. Sweet dreams that leave all worries behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me. All right, we're back. And no theme. I don't have anything that goes with a volcano, so I hope you like the first 3 acts, though. So I'm in retirement, and eventually a company called Software Mac Kiev acquired HyperStudio, and they invested quite a bit of money in bringing it back. It exists at this very moment. This presentation was created with it, and it's I guess if I went and said about there, would probably even say Software Mac Kiev somewhere in little print. But anyway, so in 2007 they came to me and said, "Oh, we're going to buy it from the people that have it." what they got literally was like a piece of paper with HyperStudio written on it and no source code and no nothing. So they had to start completely from scratch. So for the next almost 10 years, I worked with them as really just a consultant and designer. One kind of story you might enjoy on that is they had done like an early prototype, so I wrote up like 2 or 3 pages of my comments. Like they had, I don't know, just whatever in the menus, and I wrote up all this stuff, and I said, well, you know, that's all very nice, but here's what I would say suggest you do it. And we spent hours going through the list explaining why everything on the list was wrong. They told me, no, that's nice, but like for instance, I said, we know we've got to have command greater than and less than go to the next card and previous card. And they said, no, that's Apple period, and that's for canceling. And I said, when has that ever worked? When have you ever had a frozen computer, anything going on that Apple period ever even worked? And besides that, they look like little arrows, and I like that to go to the next card. And why don't you use the arrows? Because if there's a text field and your cursor's in the middle of the text field, you hit the right arrow, you won't go to the next card, you'll just go to the next character. So anyway, we ended the conversation with a story. I said, you know, Willie Nelson sings Over the Rainbow, and Judy Garland does it much better. And his guitar has a hole in it. I think if he's not missing some of his teeth, he certainly isn't the prettiest man to ever look at. And yet, all sorts of people buy his albums. So that's kind of like what Roger Wagner's HyperStudio will be, if you wish. Everything you said is totally true. Your list of why all my ideas are crazy are totally valid. But if you want it to be somebody else's HyperStudio, then that'll be just fine. But if you want it to be Roger Wagner's HyperStudio, then it'll be kind of like Willie Nelson's Over the Rainbow. LiPo batteries are going. Hold on. So anyway, but we worked it out, and I had pretty much a total artistic command over HyperStudio for the next 9 years, and it turned out it is the Jedi lightsaber of what it does. There is nothing in the category, so I use it every day. I keep track of online accounts, I build things, I do image manipulation. It does green screen, it geotags. You can take a photo with your phone, email it to me. When I drop it on the screen in HyperStudio, when I click on it, it'll open Google Maps to where the photo was taken. It's just part of what it does. If I drag something from Safari and there's an image there, and I say, oh gee, where did that come from? Then I could click on that, go to Comments and Attributions, and I'd have the link from where that was downloaded. And if I were to control-click on it, then it would open a browser to that web page. But that happens automatically. That just flowed. And I could take a folder full of images and just drop it on the icon, and it would lay them all out. And if there were movies in there, then it would automatically set them up so that the movies played on those cards. And if I had a button or an image and I wanted that to go somewhere else, I could just drag the something onto that image. And if it was an app, it would do it. Creative Commons is a way of sharing images, and almost no software supports actually putting the attributions in for every media element. HyperStudio does. Well, it's not so much a pitch for HyperStudio, it's just say it exists, and for the very small number of people, about equal to the number of people who use the trial size toolbox or the routine machine, there's still a university in New York that teaches it, and the occasional Jedi Knight that you can find quietly passing with unusual powers. So anyway, so in the midst of my retirement, I heard about the Arduino, and another idea occurred. Those are the four very dangerous words. Most is a big word, but we'll say very dangerous. I have an idea. The two most dangerous words are having your pilot say, "Watch this." The three worrisome words are when your pilot says, "What's that noise?" But in any event, I had an idea, which was to use HyperStudio and use it to connect to traditional school projects, where a kid makes a volcano or a diorama, and the idea would be that you could touch a button on the model, and it would light up an LED and then play some media with HyperStudio. And how many people know what an Arduino is? Wow, you'd think I was in like a techie kind of place of people of unusual technical skills. Whoa, oh, sorry, it's time to hit, sorry, I forgot. Hold on, back to chapter 4. There we are. So for the two people in the room that aren't quite sure what an Arduino is, it's basically a little controller on a board that's very neat. It has 12 inputs, or outputs and inputs. It's got some analog things that you could monitor temperature, pressure, anything with a variable value to it. It can be programmed. This would fit right into your skill set. It has a 32K of memory, of which some chunk is already used for important things, not your program. So I think you're down to 28K or something of usable. Chris is an expert in the Arduino. We have been working on this in secret for some time now. You can connect the USB cable to the computer so the computer can talk to this guy. And so with that, you could have something where when you touch a button, the light comes on in the model. Now this was the first HyperDuino, and as now I have established with a long tradition of excellent ideas, I thought I would be different from everybody else, and instead of having a button, I would use a photo cell as the touch point on the model, because I didn't want to have a button that knocked the model over. So the first HyperDuino, so this is what the back of a model would look like, and that's a prototype. So this is the first. So I don't know anything about birthing no circuit boards. Where else could I tell that joke? But I tell people I channel Forrest Gump, not Elon Musk. So some people tell me I should pay more for my channel subscription. But in any event, I was trying to figure out this problem. I said, the Arduino, the first thing, I actually showed this model at an educational conference. There were 200 people in the room who loved the idea, HyperStudio interactive model. How do I do it? I sent them all emails on Amazon about where to buy the breadboard and all the resistors. And crickets, nobody ever wrote to me again. They said, Roger, who? They don't want to do this sort of stuff. You guys like it, but the average 4th grade librarian is not looking at this to make their day, to make a diorama light up. So Forrest Gump said, well, Roger, why don't you just take the lid from a box of chocolates? And if every Arduino project uses the same 12 resistors, why don't you just put those resistors on the lid and then they'll just always be there? I said, Forrest, a box of chocolates, an Arduino. He said, Roger, don't you remember the Whitman sampler in the grocery store? It's only got 4 chocolates. That's the size you need for an Arduino. I said, well, now I think you have a point there. So the chocolate thing, I took the next step. I purchased for a whole $5 an Arduino prototype board, which just has a lot of holes in it. Went on Amazon, bought some connectors here and some resistors, and laid out the concept for just a shield, a piggyback board that goes on an Arduino that has the 12 resistors that every project uses. You say that's like way too simple. When's the impressive part come? It reminds me of a question. Somebody said, Roger, aren't you afraid somebody will steal your idea? I said, let me tell you, no engineer in his right mind would lower himself to something so trivial and embarrassing as this project, which I'm about to embark on. So that's it. So I did the prototype, and then I worked on it. That's my kitchen table. The world famous, as you heard of them, the prototypes here. I follow very sterile procedures for all. No contamination, no little bits of metal that can somehow find their way into an important connecting part or switch. This is the connector that went in those little slots, and for the analog inputs, I decided to use a little trim pot that I could vary, do a little adjustment. So that became, and that was my little test ground work area. And so that was in 2015. And so, back to the photo cells. So then I came back the next year to the conference with now the photo cells and my little piggyback board. And I went to do a presentation, and they turned out the lights. So now there was no light to block for the model, and all the sensors thought they were being touched. So fortunately, kind people ran up with their iPhones. It was kind of like a rock concert, so they all a rescue mission or something. They all shone their little thousands of iPhones on the model, and then I could demonstrate it. But it did eventually get the message that it wouldn't work. So I eventually went to touch sensors and capacitive touch sensing. In HyperStudio, there's actually a little Arduino watcher. So HyperStudio worked with it, but eventually we went on to make a Chrome app. But to just give you an idea here.
Hello everybody, and today we are going to make the photocell go to the sun. So I will be pushing that arrow, pushing.
So he's going to edit the stack in HyperStudio, an invisible button.
Arduino watcher.
And this is second grade.
Sun. The sun is A2.
So there's analog input, so he's going to the analog input of the Arduino.
If it's not on yours, then oh well.
Great instructional technique.
And then you push on analog.
So now the light, in fact, you can see right above it, it says 174, 166. It's just the photocell kind of floating.
Maybe something else, but works for us. And then turn green. Yes, it does. Now turn red.
So it gives real-time feedback while the students are putting in their values for the analog.
Green, red. Okay. Now we are going to try and do this the right way.
There's so many alternatives.
And ta-da!
So on the screen and on the computer here, touching that sensor brought up, you know, this was a kindergarten class where every kid did a different planet. So the idea of it actually is exceedingly simple, is just to be able to take any physical input and ultimately using a Chrome browser, not HyperStudio, because not all schools have HyperStudio anymore, is in a Chrome browser, anything on the internet can be linked to an input. And so just to follow that theme for a moment, I mentioned with HyperStudio, every program has this fundamental data layer to it. And so on the Hyperduino, the flow that I use are URLs. So the whole idea, so this is what not that you can see it all that well, but we could pass one around. That's what the Hyperduino board looks like now, kind of the same size. It's a piggyback board that goes on a standard Arduino that's programmable with a number of environments. I struggle with the Arduino IDE, but there are block programming languages that you can use. So when this board goes on there, its sole purpose is to just make it easier to connect to anything, including capacitive touch sensing. And then the USB cable connects to a browser. So now, and this is the key idea, is that any physical condition, this isn't the Internet of Things I'm about to describe, by the way, so don't leap to that. It's a measurement or something in the real world can be made into a bookmark. So touching that and blocking the light says go to this web page, or touching a sensor and getting this particular reading. So for example, if we were to, and I won't go into this very far, but just once we're down the road. Right, so that's that's what it looks like. Is there's some web page over here, and then there's just a list of conditions. So you could say, oh, for an analog input, I'm going to look for a certain range, exactly what he was doing in HyperStudio. We're just doing it in the Chrome browser with an extension. But the idea is that anything in the physical world that can be measured can be associated with a URL, which means, for instance, you could do a diagnostic device that when you put two probes in here, that reading you would expect. You'd say, well, if it's this value, I want to give this information. If it's a different value, I'll play a different video to tell the person what they should have done. And that value alone is associated with the URL. And it's a different kind of flow than writing a program or having content that's all embedded in your tutorial. And then the other thing is the reverse direction works. As you step through a web page, or imagine like a PowerPoint or Google Slides, as you go from URL to URL and that's changing, you can program that to say, oh, turn on LEDs, do actions. So you could have a video on YouTube that has a URL and a time count. And as you were explaining a servo arm, how an arm moved, a person would construct that, plug it into their computer, and when it got to that part, the arm would move. And if you actually paused and moved it back, the arm would go back to where it was. So anything in the physical world can be a consequence of a URL, and a URL can be a consequence of anything in the physical world. And we were discussing this morning, now that the Apple II has a browser, there's really no good reason at all that Chris Torrance shouldn't have dedicated every last waking hour of his moment working with his favorite friends. So anyway, so that is what I'm doing now. Hold on, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Go back to that. So why have a garage when you've got a living room? So how many of you said you were entrepreneurs? I might recognize this then. So that's the living room. That's the other direction. Let's see. Oh, earlier I think we had. Oh, that's the kitchen. And you saw the kitchen table. So you're saying, is there actually any living area left? No, not really. I have the amazing thing I've learned is that 3 years ago I didn't know anything about anything. And what I found, how many people remember the movie Net with Sandra Bullock where she orders a pizza? Okay, so in that time, most of you are too young for that, but there's a movie in the ancient times when people were first hearing about computers where Sandra Bullock, who's I think in an old folks home now, but anyway, she's a computer person and she's brilliant, and she orders a pizza from her computer. And that's the opening wow scene. That's like James Bond, you know, escaping the villains with something miraculous. So I feel kind of like that in that I sat at my desk and I said, gee, I wonder where to get a UPC code. And I Googled where to get UPC code, and I did, and it showed me. But then I said, well, where will I get these circuit boards made? But I was on Kickstarter, and somebody said, we're waiting for our prototypes from Seed Studio in China. So I'd heard about the Google. I put in Seed Studio China, up pops this whole page. This is boutique concierge of prototype makers. And they said, well, you know, it's going to cost $25 to make one of those. Holy moly, like just one? And I found they will just make anything. So 3 years later, I have custom cables made. I have circuit boards made. The Arduino I held up was the kind of simple one. I've got now a whole family of these things. Hold on, family. There we are. Whole family of these things. This one's got robotic motor controller and terminals for robotics in it. And nothing would please me more than to have the Apple II community that I love so dearly discover how to leverage the things that I build and the things that they do and love. So that's that. Now, that's what I'm doing now. There's supposed to be an exciting conclusion, but I did well enough to get the slides together. But I'll say thank you for all of your patience and endurance with the songs and entertainment and stories. And it's a joy to be back. Very good, very good. Oh, even that's a walking of it. But thank you very much. And I do have I was going to put my sweater back on, and I'll even have it around for the next couple days. And so if you want to get a souvenir picture that looks like it was taken in 1978, I'm very accommodating. Oh, the other thing is for those who have used HyperStudio, only because if you're a collector, that reminds me, two kinds of collectors. This is the overflow time. So the one thing is, Chris and I, when he first did the book, said he needed a picture, so I just sent him a picture. So there was a small number of that have me in the plane, which is a cool picture. But now we have the Woz picture. So the Woz picture is highly desirable. But if you're the kind of person that likes to have one of each thing in a complete edition for historical purposes, I'm sure none of you would fall in that category. But if you did happen to, I brought a couple that I would part with for $10, and the only reason it's 10 is so that you don't just take it because it's free and then forget about it forever. So the $10 is only a token of your really wishing to have such a crazy thing.
We have other ones.
Oh, right, sorry. And then there's the little thing of the new ones, of which we have an endless supply. But yes, and these are all available for autographing at your leisure and whatever. So this is same book, just different picture on the back, I think, right?
Yep.
Can you change the picture?
$20.
$20. So you can get the first edition, highly collectible, for 10, or the great picture of Woz and me for 20, which is still a great deal. and no extra charge for personalization. Let's see, did we cover everything? Oh no, there was one. The last thing is, if you are a HyperStudio kind of person and really think that digitize your card is super cool, then see me personally. As my mother said, no, I didn't bring enough for everyone. But if someone were to come to me and say, I loved HyperStudio, and that digitizer board was really cool, I might have something for you. So with that cryptic message and my great appreciation, go forth and assemble. The freedom to assemble.
Can we do questions and answers?
Oh yes, of course we can do questions and answers. There are even questions. All right, let's go to this guy. No.
How many entrants were there in the Bizarre contest?
Just one.
Please repeat the question.
How many? Oh, so, hold on. I just made that up to mess with you. The question was, how many entrants were there in the Bizarre question?
And do you have any stories about it?
I do. It's funny, I do. So you had entered the...
Yeah, when I was 12.
When he was 12, we have an entrant, and Forrest over there was an entrant. And I have to say, one of my regrets in life was that after we did the contest, I sent them all to John Baynard, and I assume he or his wife threw them out one day, whereas I would have kept them forever in a sacred altar. But I got all like huge amounts of work. Like they weren't just a piece of paper with here's the translation. Some people did like a whole recreation of the package. So it looked like the package, but now it was all translated. But I did. It was an Apple II for the prize, so we did it officially by putting all the names in a hat and pulling one out. And then, do I have any other stories? The other story that was kind of neat was, considering the complete lack of success with a marketing campaign due to certain choices, was somebody wrote and said, "I'm doing a book on cryptography. Can I put a screenshot of your program in it?" Well, of course you can, and that's kind of neat. So somewhere there are NSA agents studying alien script to protect our nation.
Didn't somebody send you a letter written in the...
Oh, you're right. How do you know? That must have told us. Oh, I spilled the beans on another event. Yes. Yeah, that sounds familiar now. Yes, and I did translate it. It's coming back to me now. So that I probably still have. I probably did not send that. I probably did not send that to John. That was an excellent question. Now, you had a question? And then there was some over here.
I'll preface this by saying that I've often told people that my favorite game of all time is Assembler, and more specifically Merlin and its variants.
Oh, uh-huh.
And of course, Glenn has passed, but I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about how you met him and how you guys hooked up and started.
Yeah, question is Glenn reading stories and Merlin, and how did all that happen? Well, remember, so the very beginning is, remember I wanted to be a publisher. So I said I was going to start publishing other people's things, and so about that time, Call Apple was publishing Big Mac. No, that was the macro program. So what was their name for their version of Merlin? It was called Big Mac? Okay, so what was their one? Oh, PLE was the line editor. Okay, right. So they were doing big. It's also confusing because then there was a Macintosh that came later. You see why my brain is so messed up. So anyway, they did Big Mac, so I did remember at least correctly. So I was, trolling for software product to publish. So I called Glenn and said, hey, how about if we do this commercially? And he said, okay. And so that was, basically how that started. And so the company, for those 10 years before the reset, the government-induced reset occurred, was I wanted to be a utilities, company and do programming tools, because that's what I like doing. I like that stuff. I didn't have a big desire to do even games, but I didn't really understand how to do games either. They seemed like a dark art to me. And the only other story, which is not meant to be in any way disrespectful of St. Glenn, but it's the only other story I have, is one day I found myself in Princeton. Actually, I think there was a HyperStudio user group having an event there, and I find myself in Princeton, where Glenn was based, and I call him up and say, Glenn, it's been all these years, we've never met. I'm at Princeton's, I'm down at the whatever tavern it is. I'd like to get together, and he goes, I'm busy right now. So I'll just say he was a very private man. So I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but I know he used to go up to the mountains, because when we would send him things in the summer, it was always a strange address. I don't know if it was the Yosemite or the Redwoods, but it was, the end of some, 4th tree, cardboard box nailed to 4th tree on Dead Dog Road or something. That's but he did great work. He was just very intense. He was a math professor, as I recall.
That's what I.
Yeah. So.
It's in the front of the Harvard manual.
Yeah, it was. Oh, okay. Yeah. So so that sounds right. And Princeton would be a good place to be a math professor. There were some hands over here. I hope you haven't forgotten them. Yes.
This is a small observation that your lounge carpet looks like a breadboard.
What's that?
Your lounge carpet looks like a breadboard.
My lens.
Lounge carpet.
Yeah, it's my living room.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
That's handy.
Yeah, yeah, it has been interesting. This is, by the way, I have close to being no thought goes unspoken, which so I'm just sort of a stream of semi-consciousness. But I like the hacking, but I have to actually constantly bring myself back to recognizing that not everybody likes the wires. So I know I can't. It seems totally bizarre to me, but anyway, but I have to keep doing that. But yes, I love but I'm not an intense engineer. You know, one of the reasons my other joke is the reason HyperStudio and things have to be easy to use is because I go off the rails quite easily in terms of my own confusion or just impatience. If a computer takes more than 5 seconds to do something, I'm kind of done waiting. But yes, thank you for the lovely. Look, I'll take it as a compliment on how I keep my house.
There is no work being done in the tidy workshop.
Ah, there you go. That's what I will tell everybody from now on. There's no work being done in a tidy workshop. Well, hold on. Now, there's a hand back there. Yes, sir. The history guy, right?
Did Apple help, hinder, or were they irrelevant in your development and marketing and
Oh, good question. So, yeah, and that depends on which year we're asking the question, but there's some stories there. Question is, was Apple a help or hindrance? So one, in my long stream of excellent business decisions, I thought I could move to Cupertino and become part of Apple Computer, but I think I'll make a lot more money with my own business. That whole part of a pie thing. So that was the first thing. Apple was in general cooperative, you know, I would say, especially in the early days. Steve Wozniak wrote the little Sweet 16 article, and you know, personally, as always, but we still talk from time to time. So I mean, he's still a wonderful person. Apple Computer, I snagged a couple of the A+ insiders that had HyperCard GS on the cover. And there was a story there where they announced HyperCard GS like 6 months or a year before they actually knew they were going to be able to ship it. And I said, I've got HyperStudio GS. I'm going out working really hard to promote your product, and you're going to announce something that's going to put me out of business. And I wrote a letter to John Scully, and they actually answered back and said, you're right. We're going to turn that down until it's actually out. So go figure. And so, yeah, I would say, and then in general, I had a couple philosophies as a business with HyperStudio. One of them was at the moment of, I called it a prime directive, which, okay, I don't even have to open my eyes, but gee, how many of you know what the prime directive is? So I'm not going to dignify that by raising my hand. Of course I know what it is. It's violated in every episode. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just ask the person next to you. So it's at HyperStudio land, we had a prime directive that said, at the moment of contact with an outside entity, because it has to sound like that to be a prime directive, at the moment of contact with an outside entity, we work for them. Which meant that when we talked to Apple, we tried to figure out how to, you know, bring them a benefit. If we talked to a teacher, how do they do better in a classroom? So it did Pioneer. So when they had Laserdisc, they would have a new model Laserdisc. We didn't say, you know, call us when you've sold 100,000 units. We'd say, oh, it's going to be shown for the first time in 2 weeks. I'll have the programmers put a driver in for it so you can show it. And that worked out really nice. So with Apple, there were things where like they were going to go somewhere and they needed a demo disc, and so we literally put a person on a plane with all of the demo discs or whatever it was that they needed in their lap. It wasn't even like in baggage or anything, because they said, well, there's no way you can get there, you know. And then there was another time, oh, they had a CD they were going to do of demo things, and they said, well, you only have 2 weeks. There's no way you can do it in 2 weeks. So in 12 days, we had CDs with what they needed, you know. So and then another time, a school called and said, by that time HyperStudio was doing pretty good, and they said, we're New York, I think, city schools. And they said, Apple called and said, we have an order from, or a bid we have to compete on from New York City schools. It says there has to be so many megabytes of RAM, and it has to be this speed, and it has to include HyperStudio. So, and Compaq was bundling HyperStudio. And it turned out Apple was too by that time. So it was a bid for like 30,000 computers. So we could have like held, like twisted the knife or something on Apple and said, well, now that you have no negotiating position, the price is twice whatever you paid yesterday. But I said, no, whatever the price was on these units, that's what it'll be on this other one. So it was, so anyway, they were, I would say the main thing as a preference, I like working with small companies, not big ones, like Google right now. Apple and Google, well, Apple and Microsoft have sort of traded karmic places in the universe, right? So now Apple's big, so they don't need to like you. Microsoft is worried, so they're friendlier. And then Google's so big, they really don't care. I'm sorry for the recording, but anyway, like at some point the app just failed because Google had just turned off file saving. So you in HyperDuino you're trying to make a project and save it, and then all of a sudden there's an update that says no, we don't believe in saving files anymore, locally. And so there's nobody to call. Like at some point I'd shown them something really great, like a titration, and the answer was thanks for sharing. So the problem is, whatever the company is, it's not a personal attribute of Google, but whatever the biggest company is, there's a weird sort of thing. Any company that's really big is successful, so clearly they don't need your help. So I tend to not chase after people who don't need my help. Because by the way, the prime directive says, remember, we work for them, which means that if we are not of service, the business card in Invisible Ink says, we who are of the ancient order of those who serve. And so there are actually concepts of agency and service that say part of serving is to know that if you're not of service, you need to get out of the way. And so our tech support people had all the contact information for the other companies, like Digital Chisel and Empower and whoever, PowerPoint. And the idea was that that list wasn't there for competitive analysis. It was there as much to say, oh, I recognize at this moment you really need this other product. And by the way, here's the phone number, and here's how to get in touch with them, and be sure to ask them for this add-on to their product, because that's the one you really need. A long answer to a short question. Yes, sir?
Do you see value in retro computing for higher education, or combining your HyperDuino, maybe more advanced projects where it's not as easy? Okay, now you realize I absolutely cannot resist the urge to get tarred and feathered. Now, I think retro computing is like totally a bad idea, and I don't think I think the latest stuff is what everybody should have. Why are they locking the doors? Hold on, I have to give them the real. Are we time up? Oh, okay, just stretching. No, actually, I'll just say rather than opinion, I work with, like, if it's not the University of Virginia, I've got to remember where it's at. But anyway, they teach 6502 programming. And the thing about, I would just say, forget whether it's retro or not, this is very non-opaque. You can actually see the 6502. It's not like an electron microscope thing. You can actually see pictures and with your eye. And I've seen simulations where everything actually lights up while it's writing a program. And so there's even on things like the HyperDuino, to me, because fundamentally I'm also an educator. And so to me, that's a constant struggle of how much is opaque but more efficient, how much is not opaque but at the price of efficiency. So I think there are schools that do that, and that's who was here with the Apple I, saying that there were clients that used the Apple I reproduction as a class project for computer engineering courses. Because you can build it. You can, at the end, they know. In fact, when I learned to fly, that guy, Howard Johnson, sorry, that's not his name, that's the restaurant, Howard Jackson. Howard Jackson said he wanted me to learn in a Cessna 150 because he said, you will feel the airplane. You'll hear the air going over every surface, and you'll learn to fly an airplane. You see, if you learn in something, even a 172 that has power, you'll think that engine power gets you out of problems, which when the engine doesn't work, won't. And it turned out to be true. I really loved that feeling. And so I like, for instance, the Raspberry Pi. I'm not a big fan of the Raspberry Pi in the sense that the Arduino I can get my head around. I think I've already divulged I get confused easily, even when I was young. So I have a question, another one for you, and then sooner or later we'll have the subtle clue that it's time to go, like getting the green bag out of the box. But I would stare at the Apple II for hours and then days on a bug. And the only thing that kept me going was that I always eventually figured it out. But at some point it's kind of odd to be there, 36 hours in and still have no clue. And then the part that drove me crazy was the 0-1 problem of, I'll try to tell this quickly, but I'll get it wrong. But you want to put some posts in for a fence. And I forget the fence for a minute. How much is 6 divided by 3? It's 2, right? So now you're going to put in a fence, and and you want them 2 feet apart. So how many fence posts do you need? You need 4, I think. 3. Anyway, I may have the thing, but in the interest of time, I'll just say there's a thing you can go through where it's divide 6 by something or 8 by 2. Now you're going to build a fence, how many do you need? But now you've got a bookcase, how many shelves do you need? And it all comes down to, in a way, variance on starting on whether you count from 0 or 1. Do you start on 0 or 1? It's like to make it really a 4 next loop. I was only getting screwed up because I wanted to do something 10 times. So if I go from 0 to 9, did it really work? But I did 0 to 9 and it's still broken, and now the code's why, and I would be in this weird little tornado loop for just horrible suffering for days. But eventually I figured it out. So my question for you, though, is once in a while, I would find a bug that when I fixed it and I realized what I'd done wrong, I'm serious in this, the question was, why did it ever work in the first place? It wasn't that I finally found the edge condition. It was, hey, now that should never have worked. It should never, ever. It wasn't, it was just like that. And it was like some weird, like those theories that the universe is being invented around us as we study it, It was kind of like that where I wondered where there's something weird with stuff. Yes, question? Or just more stretching? Yes.
Who owns HyperStudio GS?
I think the tape ran out, didn't it? That'd be an excellent question. It's HyperStudio in general is owned by Software Mac Kiev, but let me just say they're a great company to work with. I have a very strong feeling that they would be totally happy to work out something like Glenn's estate with Merlin. I see no reason why HyperStudio GS shouldn't be available to anybody with an interest in it. Yes, sir. Oh.
Could you talk a little bit about the right choice?
Oh, yeah, actually, and I gave it, but yeah, the right choice was, at one point it was under the name The Correspondent, and then it was called The Right, so it's the same program, and it really was the same idea of discovering that screen memory with text, is readable. So now if you just imagine a giant buffer that your screen is just scrolling through, except the screen's not moving, I'm just using that move command from 1978. So I spent years of my life and energy on The Right Choice and The Correspondent, and loved it because it was super fast, right? So I'm not rendering any fonts. There's nothing, it's as, talk about transparent and non-opaque. And actually MouseWrite then was based on that. So MouseWrite, so then the story of MouseWrite was after we ran into our financial difficulties, or actually I guess it was right before. Before we had the financial difficulties, when we thought, we were trying to survive, we thought we need to do like a real program. And Apple had just come out with the mouse. So the idea was, we'll be the first word processor, that uses a mouse. So I think it was. And so it's a derivative of The Right Choice. So the code is, the core structure is the same. You've got a window on your code. It just had more further work put into it. The lesson for entrepreneurs that I learned is what the phrase I call, you can't make people eat their vegetables. And what that meant was I could give you a very rational explanation for why The Right Choice and MouseWrite were more. I wrote actually the second GS book, assembly language for the Apple II GS, I wrote with MouseWrite. It was super fast and had a big checklist of reasons why that was a good idea. It turned out the other company that did whatever the program was, Graphic Writer, that everything was rendered in high res and you had 2 pages of text total, and it was really slow. They sold like 30,000 copies. I mean, they sold, you know, huge numbers of their product. And what I found was you can't make people eat their vegetables. Right choice mouse right might have been better from a productivity standpoint, but seeing bold in bold is what people wanted, regardless of whether it actually worked or not. And I have to remember that today, even with the things I'm working on now, is there's stuff that's really cool that, you know, should be educationally sound. I mean, that's one of the things about education is I'm not a total believer in free-range education, like just put kids in a room and come back a year later and they'll have rediscovered relativity. I believe in the idea of a sensei, that a master teacher is actually a valuable talent, and educate actually means educare, to lead. So anyway, button B7. All right, another hand, and I'm sure I've worn you out.
Sheffy, did you have anything else that you were going to ask?
I was just going to ask if I can arrange with you to coordinate on hanging stuff to event.
Yes. Yeah, consider it done. Yeah, no, can that...
I'm actually going to email you
Yes, no, absolutely. And there was something else we were going to ask him, too. Chris, what were we going to ask him? We'll remember later, but there was something else. Your name came up already once today. All right, I thank you. I applaud you for your patience, and in this room that seems to be getting warmer, but maybe it's just me.
Well, the last thing we wanted to do is,
yes?
Our tradition here is when we have our keynote speakers, we like to present them with
really
the Apple II Forever Award. In recognition of your past and present contributions.
Well, thank you. Well, hold on. I could do a selfie, but don't we have a... Here, Chris. Or here, do it on mine, or I guess you could send it to me or something, but here, do it on mine, hold on. Make that work. Here, come here, you're the high priest, but nobody, they'll think I just, hold on. They'll think I just made this in my basement.
With Photoshop.
Again. Well, thank you, and it's in color. Wow, who'd have thought? Well, that's very nice. That's a very, very much appreciated. And let me just say it's a great honor to be here for this special anniversary. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you all very much.
Thank you again.
Go forth and assemble. Oh, another announcement.
In about 15 minutes, we have some new product announcements, so you can come back for that. And stuff after that happening later. I haven't got the schedule in front of me.
Okay, I'm going to put some stuff away. You can. Microphone.
And your phone.
And the battery.
Gotcha. So one thing Roger didn't mention about the HyperArduino, for those of you that want to hang around, is that it's actually a really great hacking device for the Apple II already. You've got +5 outputs, and I've already hooked those up to the joystick connector. So if you can imagine a kiosk that has a touchscreen showing something like an Apple II display, and somebody's talking about Apple II, and it's got a 2GS and a 2C and a 2E next to it, and you say, I'm interested in games, and you touch the touchscreen. Super trivial to have that triggered event that controls a program on the Apple II, starts to show them, here's Choplifter on the 2E, here's something on the 2GS. And of course, it's got the analog inputs. You could probably do a lot to talk both ways. So do look up online his Arduino project, because it's an excellent hacking device for the Apple II already, which, as we know, the Apple II is the best embedded platform ever developed. So
absolutely.
Just wanted to throw that in there because it's really cool.
Amen. Oh yes. Oh, Chris is the. Yes, Chris is that one. And I do. Let me find a pen.
Oh.
Pen.
This up. Is it okay if I open these up?
Yes, of course.
All right.
I don't know where I left my bag with my.
Do you want to sit down somewhere and grab it?
Are you selling these?
Yes.
Should I pay you?
You should pay me, correct.
I don't want you to get confused and just get a lot of bills and not know what you sold and what you
Hold on one second. All right, so you want one of these, correct? All right, so I gotta give this to Roger. There you go. Just take one. All right.
You did that, I think, in HyperStudio.
Hey, give this to Roger to put in his pocket so that I don't forget. Okay, so you want this one?
Yeah.
So that's 20. Perfect.
Over there.
Yep. All right.
Is this updated or something?
Yes, this is a little bit. It has some of the bugs fixed, and then the picture is different on the back.
Okay.
Feel the keys.
I don't know. That's your.
How does he know our bar?
What was that?
How does he know our bar started?
Because you're holding it.
This is very early. Just the first few months of production, I think they had that brown keyboard.
Yeah, it was just coming out, 83.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it went.
They're over there.
Right.
Yes. You need it?
I don't think to bring it down too.
Well, that's sure. I'll give me my $20 on my boat.
You got your name on it. I think I might have smoked it.
For the same.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a disc inside. Yeah.
I'd email you.
Look at that. It's got, Chris put all the source code in.
I couldn't post it.
You can watch it online.
That's Rose County. Is this what spoke?
Nope. That's $10, but you got to give that to Roger.
All right.
It's not. He bought those. I bought these.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Being honest, Chris.
Yep.
It's got a caution with that. Chris, this is
What?
what I signed to you.
Which one's that?
Oh. So they want to send you.
Oh, okay.
So this is a book you never read.
Wait a minute.
But I already have. Oh, maybe I made a mistake. No. Maybe it says, why did you screw this up so bad? Any idiot would have seen the typo on page 57.
Yeah, look.
So what do you want to do?
Oh,
Yeah, look
Should I
at
just hang on to this then?
I would think so.
You want to do one?
It's flip.
But you want to do
The cursor blinks.
Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. I wonder if I've got an older one.
You want the old
It's in there.
Then how about if I give you a $10 discount on the $20?
At least I never I read chapters out of this book. I never noticed that. There's a graphic in the bottom right hand corner of each page. And it's a flip animation. Yeah, it's a flip animation of a blinking
If
cursor.
anybody wants an Apple's Apprentice, I've got my whole inventory here in my hand if you want the collection.
Oh, how much are they?
They're $25.
Okay, I'll take one of those.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me just find.
Sorry.
I'll go teach you. You're going to sign right after he signs it.
What?
You're going to sign my book after he signs it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want that, that's no problem.
Dead bet. It's got your name on it.
I know. I'll just send it smaller, right?
Feel to it. Yeah. Like Roger was saying. A lot of fun art.
I love that bit that he read out.
Yep. Nobody has really. Yeah.
Everybody's like, shut up and take my money.
I'm not going to take my money.
He's like, I got to find more than there. Shut up.
Okay. Oh, problem solved. So there's. That's funny how that
I've never heard of this. And he was just describing it, and I was like, oh, I've got to have a look.
I struggle to find things for my kids.
Yes. Yeah.
There's like a small like kids game magazine, Little Player, that I subscribe to.
Yeah.
Just because it's hard to find. You know, there used to be like Highlights magazines and lots of like, sort of kid-oriented stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It really seems now it's like, oh, just watch them to grow up.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get the chance, the time to just be a kid.
Oh yeah. Yes.
over the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
This is really neat, though. I know he was doing this, and I just hadn't looked at it. I'm one of them suckers that still has HyperStudio that I use with the kids.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I picked up at the giveaway. There was a HyperStudio manual there, and I picked it up, and I was like, oh, what's HyperStudio? And I looked at the manual for a while, and I still didn't know.
Yeah, no, the new.
How'd you know?
Because how do you describe something that does everything? Yeah, and so I guess like, okay, it's something to do with rich media, and I vaguely know what HyperCard did on the Mac. You know, the idea of a stack.
Like if you were a kid, you would imagine animated. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I found the kid when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I used it.
Yeah. Okay.
I've had that Mac TF version for a while. I like that. I have a world book from that too, which I think is still a 2013 version. But again, when I was I like to force stuff that I liked as a kid on my kids, much to their detriment maybe. But when I was a kid, I loved the Brothers Encyclopedia on CD-ROM. Right. So I'm like, you're not going to use you're going to use the digital encyclopedia. Dad, I just feel like I just didn't know. Well, I'll look up little paragraphs in the book.
Staying in the door.
The wife wouldn't let us.
That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true, but validate that.
Very good. We'll find you.
So I should just track it down.
Well, what's the point in coming all this way and then zipping off
It's kind of nice, especially since he owns the event. Right? Yeah. Right. 92 or 95
the last time.
Yeah. Right.
So this is
Yeah, same for me. Yeah. Oops. Right. Yeah. Same here.
And then this one, I actually bought this off eBay ages ago. About 10 or 12 years ago.
Kind of close to the line. Yeah. It reminds me, I don't know, it was maybe 15 years ago, I was driving to work in winter. And it was snowing. It started to snow in the night. And we had to, the work was on a hill. And in front of me, many cars were stopped, and then there was a curve, and I didn't see behind the curve. And after half an hour, I said, maybe I should watch what's behind the curve. And there was nothing.
There were different covers, right? So,
oops.
Yes, brown cover.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, with the style, but like the moment.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I think this is our first one.
Maybe soft talk went because I don't think it wasn't too many. Soft talk stopped publishing. I think they went bust. Yeah. So for him to revert the rights and keep selling them, but as Roger Wagner published it.
Right. Yeah. Soft talk. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but that's the sort of the classic graphic image that I have to buy one.
Yeah, but there is another one.
Hopefully.
Find that up in the You find that up in the giveaway or just
No, I've had this. I got this like 10 years ago. No, not from back in the day, but probably 10 years ago off eBay.
See, there's the you can see the other cover.
Take this upstairs so we can start the product now.
Sure.
all be okay. Just stay close to me. We're all going to sort it out. Roger is not a fast mover. Hi. Hold on.
You'll be around for a couple of days?
Oh, yeah.
I'll approach you for tomorrow.
I'll take my computer, because that could be handy. Oh, okay, well, I don't have a digital.
We're going to get ready for the next session. Yes. Okay. And for those who still want to talk to Roger, he's going to go upstairs, and you can visit with him then. Right there.
It's this one. Yeah, that's well, it's super high quality. This is all that I have left.
Find one of these nice comfortable chairs.
It's everything you ever have.
I mean, he's going to be on
Sure. Oh, sure. Yeah. Just if you want to draw to decide something. Yeah.
The original.
When? Apple IIc, September 1988.
Okay, so it is time for our next session, which would be new product announcements, and that's going to be kind of a free-for-all for anybody that has new products to announce. So come on and join me, because I don't have any jokes. Maybe Dagan has a joke.
No. Oh. Yeah. I believe Henry Corbis is going to come up and announce some new products. I will probably push out a new emulator release this week, but whoever would like to go.
Javier. So, what do I do with the box? Just leave it just over here. So. I'll be here holding it. Okay.
Oh, you're the beautiful spokesmodel.
I'm the beautiful spokesmodel. That's right. And where's the music? Where's the music? I'm going to break it. Hello and happy K-Fest. I'm Henry from Reactive Micro, and this is my model today, Javier. You may know of Retro Bright fame.
Hello, Henry.
Thank you. More volume. How about that?
Closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. This is the Apple 3.5 disk drive controller. You might have seen on a couple of the updates. It's complete. Whoever pre-ordered them will get them. If there's any leftovers, they'll be at the vendor fair on Saturday.
Are there typos on the typos?
No typos this time. Yes. For those who don't understand the joke, you can look at the wiki page. Any questions? Ivan?
Does this card drive 1.4 megabyte super drives?
It does drive 1.4 megabyte super drive. So if you have a super drive or you have a mechanism from a Mac, you could upgrade the 800K mechanism to 1.44 megabytes. Don't know why you'd want that, but you could use the old disks, and this will work in a 2, 2 Plus, 2E, and 2GS. Becky?
How much?
How much? For you? The current price is $199. Anybody else?
Where are you sourcing the swim chips from?
Where are we sourcing the swim chips? We have our methods. There's a lot of crippled Macs right now. No, we have vendors that scour the world. Most of them are coming out of China right now, but there's still a bunch of U.S. stock as well. I've seen erroneous reports that people can't find them. They can be found. Yeah, there's plenty of stock. Yes.
Is it a limit of 2 daisy chain?
Yes, there is a limit of 2 when you daisy chain the drives.
If you attach a Unidisc 3.5, does damage ensue?
It does not. It will drive the drive.
So are there fingers for the OBS tubes, or is it exclusively 3.5?
It's exclusively 3.5-inch support only. Next, would anyone like to hear about a...
Will it support other smart port block devices, or only...
Only 3.5, unless you probably hack your own device into some compatible firmware to be seen as it.
Methods of payment accepted at the show.
Yes, all methods of payment accepted.
Camels? Including cash.
Cash, credit, camels, clams, yes.
Checking camels.
That's negotiable. Next is a new revision of the RamWorks 4. It's going to come in a kit and assembled. For those who do not want to burn their fingers, I say boo, but if you do not wish to burn your fingers, you'll be able to buy them as well. And whoever pre-ordered them, they'll also be available. Just come see me whenever you're ready.
What's the maximum capacity of the RamWorks 4?
The maximum capacity of the RamWorks 4 is 4 meg.
What's the difference between the previous revision?
The previous revision had the RAM chips socketed, and I painstakingly put them on boards and made little modules for you to then put on the board, which made diagnostics a little simpler. However, I found a lot more RAM chips that are better quality than the ones I had before, so there's a lot less issues when testing. So I just said, put them on the board. Keep things simple, keeps the cost a lot lower too. Yes?
Plan on making it 8?
Yes, actually a 16. That's in the works. I want to improve the design a little bit. I'm probably going to move to a different CPLD as well for cost. The older CPLDs are getting harder to find.
This is for the GS, right?
For the 2E, sorry, it's a RamWorks 3 clone.
Does it support the RamWorks 3 build board?
It does support the RGB and Clayman's VGA and some of our old VGA boards as well. So yes, you could put any of the AE and newer video cards or daughter boards on it. It does not support memory upgrades.
C073?
Yes, it does use the exact same AE bank switching addressing. Next, would anyone like to hear about power supplies? Oh, okay. We have new from Ultimate Apple II, and Anthony, who's not here, a new enclosure for your 2 Plus, 2E, 2GS. It's a unibody, so the one frame supports all the units. You, the end user, can decide which system to put it in. It comes with a reactive micro power supply. There's no kit, it's already assembled. You get to choose a cable, and Anthony's going to be offering a multi-head cable, which has both the 2E and 2GS connectors on it, not an Apple III, unfortunately, as well as a 4-pin Molex, which is the old hard drive standard power connector, and a USB power connector for those like Herbert Fung who need USB in their Apple IIe.
Weird.
Yes. These will be available at the vendor fair as well. How much? Ooh. I'm not 100% sure what Anthony's selling them for. I'm selling them for $99. Same as the old upgraded power supplies that I was offering. Yes?
Wattage. What's the wattage?
The wattage is 60 watts. Anything higher, 65 really is the ceiling, anything higher, and you're risking damage to your boards. If anything shorts out or a bad chip happens, you're just going to sublimate traces off your board. So I don't recommend any 100, 150 watt power supplies, but it's up to you. Yes. Okay, next, more power supplies. As rumored, the 2C Plus is going to see a little bit of love with a new 30 watt power supply. Yay. So guys like Javier will be able to continue 2C Plussing at 4 megahertz.
And I use it.
He does use it.
tested and it's perfect.
It
has my seal of approval.
Does it work for the up-sped ones? You know, the
Yes. Yes, any overclock G.
And it works all over the world, so it's
yes, it is universal, which
universal.
is the key feature, which the old ones were not. So it is the newest revision. The New feature we had added to all our power supplies actually is a spring-loaded connector. The old connectors were MTA, where you physically had to force a cable into them, and some people got tired of stabbing their hands. I don't know why, but part of the culture, part of the fun of retro computing. So those who don't like to jab themselves with screwdrivers, now you'll be able just to strip the wire, push it in. It takes 1/10 of the time, and it's a lot simpler to deal with. So all the new power supplies will have that feature in the coming year.
Finally.
Nobody really cares. This transwarp, anybody want to hear about this? It's boring. The next item here is, no? Oh. Yes. What about it? Oh, it's a transwarp. GS, it goes in your 2GS, makes it more gooder, more faster.
New transwarp.
New transwarp, yes. We did a version 1.0 before from Ultimate Micro, which is Anthony's Ultimate Apple II and mine Reactive Micro. So it's got the same cache card as before, 32K, although we're going to be coming out with a 64 hopefully this year. It's got the same GAL, it's got the same... It does not have a scalable oscillator. I'm trying to come up with a controllable oscillator. I need to finish it. Well, you'll be able to have a handheld device to be able to tune it and stop it. So, stealing Playman's idea and repurposing it.
What price are they?
Currently, they're $399. So a little pricey. However, probably the next run, possibly the run after, they're going to come down in price. And somebody, I think, pre-ordered one here, Jeffrey Parsons, so you'll probably see one come into your door shortly.
Will it be upgraded from 32 to 64?
It will be able to be, yes. You'll be able to pull out the old board and stick the new one in.
Is it basically the same board layout, or is it design?
It's the exact clone. All we did was open up the bow ties on the back and remove trace and the fly wire that was stuck under the gals. That's just problematic, so we fixed a few of the little eccentricities. Otherwise, it's the same board. So I'll be posting an announcement with some testing and other things during the show. So if you follow the Facebook page, you'll see the current delivery date. Unfortunately, I was hoping to have them deliverable at the show, but it's like any project. Sometimes it takes a little longer. I want to make sure it's done right rather than just done.
What's the speed of that?
They're shipping at 16 megahertz. You can kind of tinker. You might be able to get a little more out of them. I don't see any real speed improvement between 18 and 16. I mean, it's quarters of seconds. It's not, and the issues you end up running into, I don't think are worth it. So, and it is downgradable or upgradable by just pulling the oscillator.
And you should always recommend that you PSU is the volume transfer.
Yes, I highly recommend a new power supply with any of the accelerators. And yes, it will come with active cooling and a fan.
For all of this stuff that you have to go back to 200 megahertz for, undo the whole going 18, 20 and whatever.
Yeah, so for any old software that requires just fast, yeah, you downgrade anyway. So speed is nice, but it's limited in some applications. Anthony's still not here? Okay. The last thing here real quick was Anthony and I were releasing a new website called apple2rescue.com, and we'll put the flyer upstairs. The garage giveaway is ending, as everybody knows. We're going to start talking to people and get a little more involved with rescues and try and use the rescued equipment and get it to developers and designers. Guys like Playman who don't have a Platinum TUI to fully test things, we'll make sure he gets one out of donated stock. So we'll make some announcements and we'll set up the website. Currently it just has a landing page. But in the future, anybody knows of a lot ready to be recycled or picked up, or a school, I don't know what schools still have them, but every now and then we hear a rumor. Tell them to get in touch with Anthony or I, or anybody else, let us know, and we'll make some rescues if needed and get them in the hands of people that need them. Whatever doesn't get delivered to developers or a list, we'll make up a list of people who want stuff. Whoever doesn't get stuff off the list, we'll bring it to K-Fest and give it out free as well. So try and keep that tradition alive. Yeah. Any other questions?
Are you still doing repair work for people?
I do repair work, however, I've moved and got a new office, and I keep designing and playing with people and doing life things, so. Yeah, there's a couple other big things going on, so yes, I do repair work, although I generally try and keep it to a minimum, so a couple projects a month. For you, not a problem.
I didn't bring anything this week.
Good, this week, yes. Any other questions? Good.
Thanks, Henry.
Next is Jay? 2 seconds. You need a hand with him?
Oh, yeah, no, I think I'm good here. So the one thing I wanted to mention this year is last year I did a presentation on repairing the Apple IIe, and I actually, repairing the apples, and I actually repaired an Apple IIe up here. And I had a lot of people ask me about the diagnostics card that I used for the Apple IIe. So this year I have 10 kits and 10 assembled boards available for here. I actually worked with Henry, pestering him in email over the last year to do this, but this is the 2018 version of the card. And I'll have the kits available for Solderfest tonight if somebody wants them. They come with a assembly guide that tells you how to actually put it together, and I actually found the instructions that are in the Apple Service Manual, so I have copies of those that actually tell you how to use the card. And, you know, copy the pages out of there, so I'll have those available, paper and PDF. Any questions on that? Yeah?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your presentation. What is the card?
Oh, the Apple IIe diagnostic card was a card that they shipped in 1983, and it actually has app test type diagnostics on the ROM chips. You slide it into the slot, there's a little red switch up here. When you switch the switch toward the back position, the computer will boot normally. When you switch it toward the front position, it'll actually boot with diagnostics, and their app test style diagnostics tests the processor, the RAM. There's a memory loop test on there. There's a speaker test on there. You can, punch out to the monitor if you want to do that and get into the monitor. But it'll test the MMU, the IOU, and everything in the Apple II. And I actually have a broken board here that I'll bring, and we'll plug this in, and it'll actually tell you what RAM chip's broken, and it tells you the coordinates on the board on where that RAM chip is. So.
Does it work with any Apple II?
Don't know yet. Haven't tried it, but we're going to do that tonight. But $89 for the kit, and $109 for the assembled board.
That's very IIe-centric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all through hole?
It's all through hole, yeah.
Tony,
Yeah.
2 plus?
No.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that Antoine last year, he actually disassembled the code on the ROM chips. I didn't get a chance to look at it this year, but there is a potential. I actually have the disassembled code that he sent me, and look at it and see if we can adapt this for anything else. But that'll be next year.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah. Yeah, update the firmware.
So what's the total capacity of the ROMs?
2764s, 2864s, 64K. And there's actually a third socket that was blank in the card, but it is wired into the bus, so.
So could that take the place of the CD, PDF ROMs? So if I wanted to replace the existing firmware, I can use that?
Yeah, no.
It essentially is a ROM card. It
Yeah.
just takes over.
It takes over, yeah. When you flip the switch, it'll boot from the ROM card.
You could put those on the motherboard and
Yep.
do nothing but play with the RAM chips.
Yeah, right. And it'll run a memory loop test on it and everything. So yeah, it's.
Think of the integer card.
Yeah.
With 2 plus.
Exactly.
It's the same thing except.
Exactly.
It's designed now for servicing.
Yeah, for diagnostics on there. It even uses the same switch from Cutler Hammer, which are a pain in the ass to find.
Oh, what's that?
Huh? Yeah. Yep. The other thing I wanted to mention and show is that I was at I live in Pittsburgh, so I was at the Pittsburgh Arts Festival. Oh, sorry. And I actually was walking down through the booths there. Whoops, sorry about that. Walking down through the booths there, and I saw a gentleman that was doing patent art, and I saw a bunch of Apple patents on there. So I said, gee, I'll take these to Kansasfest. Would you give us a deal? And he said, sure. So if you use the K-Fest 2018, I have flyers upstairs, he'll give you 10% off of these, but has like the Apple III, and I'll pass these along and have them. Of course, the original Mac 128. Yeah, they have some flyers there. The QWERTY keyboard, the Lisa mouse for the Apple Lisa. And it was really funny was when I walked up, he had the Apple I there, and I looked at the patent and I said, that's not the patent for the Apple I. And he said, why? And I said, well, because it's talking about a color refresh circuit here. The Apple I didn't have any color. Are you sure? So I showed him the Woz interview and said, yes, I'm sure. So he actually is going to take a picture of my Apple II in the fall when he comes back, and he's going to update this. But he has one for the Apple IIc. Show you that one here. And it's a design patent for the Apple IIc, so he'll have that on the website. And that's my Apple IIc. So, any questions on that? The website, I have flyers, and I'll tell you what the website is on there, but I thought it was pretty cool, and he does it on pretty nice paper, quality paper, so suitable for framing. Okay? Next? Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Rand. This is my 7th Kansasfest. Yes. And so for the last 6, I've participated in Hackfest. And I decided this year to put together a volume, an anthology of my Hackfest entries. It comes in a nice, high-quality Ziploc bag. There's a manual for the 6 programs included. A double-sided, nope, not copy protected at all. Sorry. Double-sided 5¼ disc, so it's like almost 280K worth of stuff. So it's got a CURTA simulator. A CURTA is a mechanical calculator. The CURTA simulator uses the joystick to replicate kind of the crank. It has AB Calc NDA, which is a new desk accessory for the GS. AB stands for ass backwards because it's RPN. Apple 2048, it's a 2048 game, number matching, Sudoku, Bejeweled, and ColorGo. All of them have been updated since Hackfest, including fixing bugs, which is kind of a big deal for some of them. And I'll be selling them at the vendor fair. Yeah, everything's been updated to some degree.
Do we get free updates?
Sure, over the web. And that's it. Thanks. And if somebody wants to see a CURTA, feel free to come check it out. Price? $10. It's okay?
Free updates via the CatSend line.
Yeah.
BBS.
I have one.
Anybody else with a new product? Okay, and I was also asked to remind people that you don't have to wait for the vendor fair on Saturday to do this. These people have stuff that they can come. You can come to them and get the stuff anytime during the week.
Let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal. Anything else? All right. Well, next session is scheduled to start at 4:30 about Nox Archaist. So you can take a little break here, and we will see you back in about 25-ish minutes.
Inside, let's wait my stuff. on the transfer.
Steve's a joker. Okay, so you need to do, well, you don't need an Apple II, right? You're just doing emulation.
Correct, and I can do Mac or PC.
I think we can do either one, whatever you're
I think
starting
I
with.
prefer the PC.
Okay.
The only thing I'm not sure of is how big Apple One's going to look on the screen if we have to reduce my screen resolution down to 1024 by 768.
So what do you got for ports for video?
I've got HDMI. I think that's probably it.
Nothing yet.
All right.
Okay.
So at this point, it should be working, but it's not. Sure. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, if people just go to www.6502workshop.com, that will go right to the page for what Nox Archaist. That's awesome. We have a live stream. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we are recording a high quality version uploaded later for live streams.
Just kind of ad hoc.
All right, so you're on screen now.
Oh, awesome. How'd you get it to work out of curiosity? Or did it just start working?
I had to hit the power button. Apparently somebody had like put it in standby.
Oh, okay.
So
The old
yeah.
old power button trick.
So yeah, that's
Okay.
looking good. So you may want to put up whatever you want people to see first.
Yeah, that's good and big.
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
So you don't need the other screen.
Oh, the other thing
You have enough
is
power?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
full up.
All right.
I got my power adapter. Just I suppose can I just plug in there just
If you need to, yeah, you're welcome to.
And can we connect the audio to the sound system?
Yes. This one?
Shouldn't be necessary.
You're right. There's that one's yours. Oh, okay.
They're both a little bit short.
Is there any difference?
No, they're both. We were just.
So these go in a headphone jack.
Yep, I should have that.
And it's really short, so we might have to
slide me over here.
Second to reach?
Yep, not quite.
So your jack's on this side?
Yeah. It's actually helpful for me to be closer to the table anyway, as it turns out.
What about now?
Yep. There we go. Now, let's see if I can do a sound test. Well, Apple will make a move on this. Let's see. strange. Test sound with strap on it. Okay, I'm not getting sound without being plugged in. Can you turn the volume up? Yeah, it looks like it's up. I'm thinking reboot. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay. Worked.
I heard that. Wow. I hear that. Turn you down just a little bit.
Sure. Do another test here.
Still too bad. Oh, I got the wrong one. I'm turning down. Don't do it. Let's try it again.
Okay. How's that?
One more time. It's a little less blaring. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I like to use openness. I will tell you, openness. I'll talk about this.
It does help to give. I mean, really, we don't use nearly all of the capabilities of this in terms of what it can do with mixing. So
I don't think this does mixing. It doesn't say.
That's what I'm
Going to be for our.
So it's primarily to drive the speakers. To drive the speaker. Yeah, so I mean, you could take the output from this and run it into here and then send it out to the speaker.
that for this K-Fest, and I think for next we'll order, there's a tiny box of this week's audio. Which is all we'll actually need.
This must have an hour. Yeah, it's gonna have.
But it's got RCA and wired. So that's our other problem is we'll need an RCA adapter, because this only does RCA.
Well, this is for speakers here, though, right?
This is the RCA. This is the input.
Oh, okay. So we're not ready to actually use it.
I think it's going to be small before we figure out how to actually use it.
So we can, like I said, we can still use this for now, for this here, and have this to make the nice big speakers work.
Yeah, we could totally do that.
Well, that could, because that way we still have our mixing capability and like make our existing symbols.
Yep. As long as this thing is able to mix and holds up that long.
Oh, it's not last I think the problem we were having issue with it was I changed one of the batteries because it had red on there. The other one I didn't change, and I think that's when I handed him it was failing. That's why.
Oh, are you? You know about it? I didn't see your name on
the other one put the battery.
That's exactly why. Oh, that's cool. Well, there you go. I was about to see, it's like, how do I find the other CNC people? I didn't know you could CNC like this. I didn't know. Jeff was at Microsoft.
I think I accidentally made your image small.
I've got a car.
No.
Testing. Test. Sounds right. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Hello. Hello. This is still not working well.
You're absolutely right. It's just the problem with me is I don't tend to think about it. I get an idea and I start designing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I should have thought about that.
Hello. This doesn't sound good. What's wrong with this thing? The other one has great sound.
I'm learning.
We check battery. I thought I replaced battery on. I know I replaced battery on 1. This is still very good battery. Why are you sick? It's not a good time to be sick.
I think I'll get there. Yeah. And I use AutoCAD, and that's why this guy came to me. Because the old paramedic AutoCAD, so AutoCAD 11, AutoCAD 1.
Bringing them up. Mike too.
Yeah, I love the I made this video a little small, but we could mention the sketch and then all the other people
Well, that part is cool. I have to figure out how to do it.
and then they should take the street for that's
Yeah.
still get my head around that. You know, you say like this has to be centered above that. And then if you move this is one bit drawing the state or whatever. Things like that.
It's just a year, 2 years old. 2 years. I don't think it's that more than 2 years old. 3 years old. Hello. So this microphone transmitter's not good.
Battery dead?
What's that?
Battery's dead?
It's got a clean battery, or a new battery. Jumped up and down on top of it. That was very, very hot battery. Well, that's sad.
Yes, test, not bad, but not good.
Okay.
Yeah, I always love to see.
I played a lot of that, yeah. It's rolling so good.
Yeah, it's actually slower on this. This is like
Okay, yeah, no, but yeah, if I use real hardware, that this rolling is really impressive.
Yeah, it is. And it always makes me think there's so many things you can do.
Yeah, totally. Like, clearly this is possible, and there's so many more things you can do similar to this. And you can kind of see the compromises they're making to remove all the voices.
This one's bad. In this case, I think it's just bad. I think it's something's going on because when I plug the other microphone, I plug this microphone into there, it sounds fine. When I plug that microphone into here, it sounds crappy. It's got fresh battery.
Oh, yeah.
We have two, correct. I don't know what there is about this that makes it make any better
Should you
signal.
try fiddling with these?
It's just tinny. It's like there's something wrong with the microphone. They're both the same level.
No, they're not.
They're not?
No.
Well, they're very close to the same level.
No. Not even
What are you a
close.
doctor of, Steve?
Huh?
Just curious what your practice is.
Family practice.
Okay, so you're not
Now
cutting
they're
people
the same
open.
A little bit of everything.
Test.
Turn the volume on here down. The left volume
down?
Yeah, turn that down a little bit.
Turn it up. Okay. Turn it up.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that's all there was to it.
Try a longer speech in that one.
The Apple II is freaking awesome. No, it still sounds tinny.
Tinny?
What would you describe that as?
Your natural voice.
It's if you do this versus this one, I thought this one sounds richer.
Might be missing a little bass on one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of bass difference. It's not that much though. Use this one though.
There you go. I'll just announce you with this. Okay. After our prolonged mic checks there, we now have Mark Lemmert telling us about updates with Nox Archaist. Take it away.
Chuck.
No, is yours on?
Oh, did you switch on? There.
Oops.
How about that?
Helps if I follow instructions.
Chuck.
Well, good afternoon. As many of you know, I'm Mark Lemmert from 6502 Workshop, and we're working on developing a 8-bit sword and sorcery tile-based RPG for the Apple II called Nox Archaist. And our mission is to explore what kind of advancements may have occurred in those types of games if large-scale development had continued past the end of the 1980s. And today I have some updates to share, including the status of our upcoming Kickstarter, some technical achievements made over the last year, including the unveiling of our splash screen, some Mockingbird music, and some other things. And in classic Kansasfest fashion, I'm going to try to cover all that working on about 2 hours of sleep. So I hope that probably the computer won't need to be rebooted over the course of the session. However, I might be. We'll see how it goes. All right. So let's start with the Kickstarter. So soon, we're going to be launching a Kickstarter campaign to produce a collector's edition of Nox Archaist that will include a game box, printed manual, some game artifacts, variety of feelies, and of course, most people's favorite, certainly my favorite, cloth map. New and improved from the last one, shown here last year. Thanks to largely the efforts of Chris Torrance, who has joined the team and is leading the effort for launching this second Kickstarter campaign. As some of you know, we did launch a campaign last fall, which fell short of its funding goal. As the first, as far as I know, Apple II game to launch a crowdfunding campaign, as you might imagine, there was a lot of guessing involved in putting that first campaign together. I'm very confident that we're going to nail it here the second time around because we now know what to expect and we've adjusted accordingly. I've seen what Chris has been putting together and it looks really awesome and really excited to share that with everyone. As to launch date, we don't have a specific launch date. As a part-time team, as you can imagine, we're working on this as we can. That being said, we're hoping for sometime yet this year for launching the campaign. Okay, well, without further ado, let's check out the Nox Archaist splash screen. Yeah, well, here it is. This is our double high-res splash screen. Thank you. Thank you. This was a collaborative effort between Bill Gigi, Michael Peresky, and myself. And we're going to talk a little bit about what's under the hood. Starting with the art pipeline. So the art pipeline started with a draft image created in Adobe Photoshop. And we took the Adobe image and imported it into the Outlaw editor to convert it to double high res. Thank you, Martin and Brendan Roberts. We took a screen capture of the double high res rendering in Outlaw, imported that into Buckshot. And then the Buckshot binary output, we took that, imported it into 816 Paint, native Apple II software, and we used that to do the touch-ups to get to the final result. And the 816 Paint binary output is the final cooked data that's used by the splash screen program. So before we talk more about the actual splash screen program, we're going to go back to the slides. Well, we're going to do something. We're going to go into the debugger for absolutely no apparent reason. I'm going to blame it on the sleep thing again. But we'll go back to the slides because I've got some work in process images that kind of show how the art pipeline evolved. And starting with this one, obviously pretty rough. Start to get a little bit more of the outline of the shape here. And get a little bit of color, and then we convert it to an 8-bit cow. Well, how did that get in there? We've had problems with cows showing up in strange places in the game too, so just be aware of that. That's, I blame it on our team member who goes by the nickname Electric Moo. I think he has something to do with it. But anyway, back to the slides. A little bit more color in this one. And this one here is, pretty much what we just saw in animation as the final result. Okay, well now let's go back to the final version and talk about the splash screen program. Okay, so the splash screen has 4 frames of double high-res animation. Disk space was a huge issue in consideration as the splash screen resides on the floppy disk that is the boot disk, and that has huge chunks of the game engine on it that are getting loaded into memory, the bootloader, some other stuff, so we really had to optimize here for space. And there's a number of things that we did to do that, which I'm going to kind of tick through. We eliminated the screen holes. Each double high-res screen contains 1 kilobyte of empty space because of the way the graphics interleave with the video memory. So we're not going to save the empty space to disk, of course. And another thing we did was we animated the dirty rectangles. So for example, we could have taken, if disk space and memory wasn't a consideration, we could take full screen images, render them one after the other to produce the animation effect. But there's a lot of the screen that isn't changing. So what we did is we took the full screen images, the cook data coming out of 816 Paint, and imported that into a PC side program that we wrote to extract the data just around the areas of the screen that are changing. So there's basically a rectangle around the crown, a rectangle around the eyes, and a rectangle around the dripping on either side. That's where the actual changes are happening. So basically what happens inside the dirty rectangle stays in the dirty rectangle.
Which makes the name dirty rectangle sound all the more appropriate.
Absolutely. So then what we're left with there is the Nox Archaist title and the border around the screen. That's static. That doesn't change. Doesn't need to be saved over and over again, frame to frame. So that certainly saved a lot of space. And another thing that we did was take a look at what parts of the screen could be drawn more efficiently using an algorithm. And for example, the screen border, that's basically a bunch of lines, straight lines that can be drawn easily with a simple loop, much more efficiently than actually saving the bitmap data to disk. So we put that in place. And another thing we did, which was pretty significant, is we're actually, even within the dirty rectangles, not saving the entirety of the bitmapped data. We're only saving the delta frame data. And the way that works is the PC side program I mentioned that we wrote to extract out the dirty rectangles themselves at a bitmap level then compares each frame against each other to see what are the differences, because even inside the dirty rectangles, some of the pixels are changing from one frame to the next, some aren't. And so really the only information we need to know when dealing with the graphics animation rendering is what's changing. So the PC side program, its final output binary file is just the information that describes the pixels are changing, and that's our delta frame encoding. And that binary file ends up in our build process and gets rolled up onto the disk images, and ultimately to floppy disk if the disk images are burned to floppy. And that's what's used by the 6502 splash screen program, which is what's running right now. So numbers, well, what we end up with is 29K. 29 kilobytes is what we've got for the graphics data and the code for the splash screen program that's running right now. And we're not done. That was enough to become viable. And so I'm comfortable showing it. I don't like to show things if I'm not confident they're going to be in the final game for the most part. But there's one further optimization that we have planned, which is kind of bonus, to apply LZ4 compression to the delta frame data, because technically that really hasn't been compressed in any conventional way. And with the LZ4 compression, we're estimating we can get it down to 16K. So that'll free up, of course, more space for cool stuff, and I'm pretty excited about that. And one other thing I was going to mention here about the splash screen program is we ended up playing some interesting memory Tetris in order to get it all to work, because the delta frame data is not actually rendered to the screen directly. At runtime, the delta frame data gets translated into code, or compiled sprites, if you will. And it takes up almost the entire 128K on the machine. And with the graphics pages, of course, being right in the middle of RAM, we end up having to kind of, slot the data in here, shuffle it over there, and, play that game of memory Tetris to get to, the final result. And I'm reminded of Quinn's session last year about compiled sprites, talking about the trade-off between speed and memory with compiled sprites, and how it usually doesn't work out. Memory constraints are just too significant. And I thought this ended up being a really interesting case where it actually did, because essentially the environment that we're running in here with the splash screen, it's like a demo environment, a program that's designed to show off the hardware capabilities of the machine and push it to the limit. We are dedicating the 100% of the system resources here to graphics. We don't have a pesky game or something running around and memory hogging all the resources. That comes later in the boot process. And not all splash screens are done that way, but that's how we decided to do ours, because we just thought this would be a really cool image. Some decisions just get made like that, So, well, that's how it all came together. And next we have some news on the Mockingboard. As some of you know, the Mockingboard support was not in the original design for Nox Archaist. And when asked about Mockingboard support, the official answer was maybe, probably not. And I am actually not here to tell you 100% for sure that Mockingboard support will be in Nox Archaist, but I am here to say that it's looking very promising. We've got a demo to share of a prototype that we're going to go through here, and it's much farther along than I ever thought that it would be, given that we were basically out of memory when we started. So, after the demo, Eric Rangel is here to kind of tell the story about it, how it all came together, and get into some of the technical details on the driver. He and Tom Porter talked to me after our Kickstarter last fall and expressed their enthusiasm for helping to bring Mockingboard support to Nox Archaist. And suffice it to say, these guys would not take maybe for an answer. So here we are. We'll finish booting up the game. Thank you. And thank you, Tom and Eric. I believe Tom Porter did this one. There's some other songs that Eric did, and I lost track of which one ended up in there for this, but I'm pretty sure this was one of Tom's. But I'm also not sure if he wrote it or if he adapted it from something else. I'd have to ask him. So as you can hear, music walking around the map works. The driver is interrupt driven, so we have to toggle it on and off when disk I/O occurs. And we're going to see a delay in the music momentarily for that reason. Right there. That's when the game engine loads chunks of map data from disk, which occurs periodically when walking around the map. And some other times, like we're going to walk into a dungeon here shortly, and there will be a delay on the music when that occurs, and a few other times as well. There's currently only one song hooked up, but the architecture is there for more. Basically, we could not too difficultly hook up a playlist so that there's different songs that play when the player's in a castle versus a dungeon, or walking around the overworld map like we're doing right now. And I went the wrong way. But no fear, we can just turn around. So the main obstacle to finishing the implementation is basically freeing up enough memory. Right now, the driver and the music buffer, I shoehorned it into a swap area, and that swap area gets clobbered when certain things occur, like when the inventory module is loaded, or when NPC scheduling algorithm runs, and a few other things. So that's the current state, and if we can figure out the memory issues, then the rest can probably fall into place. Okay, well, we're gonna, as we listen to more of the music, we're gonna check out this dungeon. We've shown dungeons before, but we've added some new things. And for example, picking locks. We're going to pick the lock on a door. The success-fail on lock picking is determined by the lock picking skill of the character that picks the lock. There's traps. There's a trap saving throw. The saving throw is determined by the dexterity of the character that's picking the lock. And one other thing to mention with the doors, you can tell visually whether they're unlocked or locked. The door handle is larger on locked doors, so the door right next to the player icon in the center of the screen has a larger door handle than the door below. The door below is unlocked, the door next to the player is locked. So we're going to go ahead and pick the lock, and prompts us to select the character because the lock picking skill matters, as mentioned. We're going to first do it with a fighter type character, and the picking was unsuccessful. We set off a trap because the fighter had a pretty low lock picking skill. That particular trap only affected the character that was picking the lock. Other traps do different things. For example, the entire party might be affected. It just depends. And we'll take a look at the character roster. We can see the damage the trap did. Fred's green health status bar is no longer at full, and that was the result of the trap damage. And the damage the trap does depends on the differential between the level of the character and the level of the trap, or maybe it's the lock picking skill and the level. Some combination of player attributes and lock attributes. So essentially, if a low-level character tries to pick a really tough lock, it's going to get harder and harder to do the higher the level the lock is, and the worse the trap damage is going to get, the higher the level the lock is. Sure.
Will that at some point have an indication of the lock picking skill each character has, or does it not just not see it?
Yes, in fact, I can show that, or I can crash it. Let's. I said probably the computer won't have to be rebooted, but so far we're down to 1. Yeah, the answer is yes. There is a inventory stats screen, and it'll probably work from here. I can show real quickly.
And you can get at that while you're.
You should be able to get at it from anywhere. We just hit a bug there before, but it's normal. It is intended to be accessible for anywhere. So right here we've got lock picking on Fred is 11, and that's pretty low essentially, and that's why it failed.
So it's 11/12. What is that? What is 12?
Sure. Let me just refresh my memory, but it has something to do with the progress bucket. Oh, I'm sorry. Lock picking is actually 8. The 11/12 is saying that the progress towards getting to the next skill level of 9 is 11 out of 12, which here obviously I misread the stream, so this interface could be better. We're just trying to fit a lot of data into a tight space. Yeah, that's certainly an option. Okay, and then we'll just make a beeline back for the dungeon there, where we were. Oh, that's right, we already did that with the fighter, setting off the trap. So let's try again, and this time we'll use a thief type character with a much higher lock-picking skill. And it worked, and the door handle changed to the smaller version, indicating it's now an unlocked door. So doors are not the only things that are locked, they're not the only things that are trapped. There will be a number of lock-picking and trap scenarios in the game with different types of objects. And there's also several different types of locks. Not all of them can be picked, and some locks, in fact, tie into puzzles in the game. So we tried to, take the opportunity to integrate some more robust mechanics around things like locks and doors. There's no set character classes in the game like we just saw with the lock-picking skill. It's a skill-based system, and there's other skills in the game such as melee weapons, range weapons, critical hit, dodge, parry, and a few others. And since there's no set character classes, we thought, well, what's going to happen if the player changes the skill focus of a character in the middle of the game? Is the fighter type icon representing the party going to feel appropriate? Or in combat, when each of up to 6 characters is represented by its own icon, are those icons going to feel appropriate for those particular characters? And we figured the answer was probably not. And we want to give the player that flexibility and role-playing experience through, how their party and characters are being represented. So we made it possible so that it can be changed. And got a quick demo of that here using the icon toggle key. We're just going to do it with the party icon here. We've got 8 icons to choose from, 4 male and 4 female. And now we're back to the first one. Okay, well, you all are the first to see our new multi-tile dragon boss monster. Thank you. Now, before we fight the dragon, as any savvy adventurer would, we're going to save the game. Now, of course, that we have a save game feature, which we didn't last year. So we'll just save the game quick. And then, unfortunately, it is just the one. So we're going to take, also before fighting the dragon, a quick look at the looting system by opening up this chest right below the player. And this chest has a lock, so we go through the lock-picking routine again. We'll use the thief, and lock-picking was successful. So for looting, chests can contain gold and or items, and the interface allows the player to approach this basically in 2 different ways. If the player wants to only pick the cream of the crop of items and not clog up their inventory with, lesser items, so to speak, they can do that by selecting yes or no with each item that's listed. If the chest has multiple items, not all do. Or if the player really doesn't care about that, they just want all the loot or they're in a hurry, the player can press A, and then it will just print a list of the items that were acquired. And, those generic names, of course, are going to get turned into something real here very shortly. Those are just in our database. But the other thing I was going to mention on the chests is the chests are all map objects to make it all very flexible. And one of the attributes in the map object record is a level attribute. We use that to control basically how much gold is in the chest and how good are the items if there are items. And the result is the chests, they're going to have better stuff in tougher areas and, not as good as stuff or as much stuff in the lower level areas. And in theory, scaling, in between to hopefully give the player a pretty rewarding looting experience if, that's what they're into. Knoxarchis is also going to have a very deep storyline that's tied in with the combat.
Or is it like in specific areas of the game will be at a specific difficulty?
It's all area based, and I know that's not the way some RPGs did it. Some RPGs would scale with the player, we're gonna see how it works doing it based by area. Good question. Okay, well, let's go fight the dragon. Now, the Mockingbird driver and combat is not 100% compatible at this point. It works about 9 times out of 10. We actually can't turn off the music. It's actually not that big of a deal. Because we saved the game. There were multiple reasons for saving the game.
So here we go. We'll see how this goes. The dragon's pretty tough, so I don't know. Well, not working out so good. We lost half our party in one round. I don't think we're ready for that dragon yet. And that's actually part of what I think the fun is of having things so that they are scaled by area rather than scaling with the player is personally, I like to run into areas, find it, oh cool, let's check out this area and find, whoa, I'm not ready for this area yet. And then I'm going to come back when I am and get revenge on whatever the monster was that took me out. So that kind of fun will be there in spades. And since we're obviously not ready for the dragon yet, things didn't go well, we'll do at least what I would probably do in this situation and reboot the game and restore from where we saved.
Eventually be able to restore without having to reboot?
Probably not. It probably will require a reboot to do that. As far as I know, that was pretty typical on the Apple II RPGs. If there is an example where that's not the case, Becky, of course, is going to have one. Could Bard's Tale do that?
No, Bard's Tale just reload again.
Oh, that's the reload as well. Okay. Yep. That was the assumption I was operating in under when allocating resources would be that was acceptable based on the past to do the reboot. But anyway, ta-da! We appeared right where we saved. We check out the roster. All the players are alive. All the stats are back. And the game saving is pretty flexible. Whether the player's in a town, a castle, walking around the overworld map in a dungeon, all those places are fair game for saving the game. So. It is pretty flexible like that, and that is all for the in-game demo. Eric Rangel is now going to come up and tell us the story of how we got from maybe, probably not to what we had here today, and talk about the technical details on the driver.
Okay, thank you.
So good.
So give them your mic.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yep. Going to get the presentation here set up for you. And then once you're done, we'll do some questions, and then I've got one last announcement at the end.
Okay, the mic.
Yeah.
Got about 15 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Eric Rangel. So by day, I'm a solution architect at a pharmaceutical company in Delaware, but by night, I work on Nox Archaist. Okay, this was an example of finding memory to make this all work. Okay, feel free to take pictures. Naspit Labs is Tom Porter's company. Okay, so who remembers an episode of Open Apple where there was a fake Quinn from Canada?
Carrington, is Carrington here?
Yep.
Exposing quite fake.
Well, if you go back and listen at 10 minutes, 25 seconds, essentially what he's saying is, where's the mockingbird? Okay, September 2017. That's how it all started. So when I heard that, whoops, previous, I got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Arrow left.
Yeah, I said, no mockingbird? I must fix this. I'm going to not sleep until I fix this. So I started thinking, okay, I have some code that I wrote in the 1990s for music, and it's interrupt driven for MIDI. Now, I know that their Mockingbird disk had music construction set demos, and that's ultimately what we drew upon to make an interrupt driver. I was thinking we could double buffer slung data from a RAM disk or auxiliary RAM, and ProArt WTS has features for bringing in segments of memory, but ultimately there is a noticeable delay when you're reading even from a RAM disk. We could try to make it better, but we want to fit into a standard 2E with 128K. But MIDI conversion turned out to be part of the method for producing the music. And I was looking on Facebook, and I found Tom Porter had a MIDI to Mockingboard conversion program. So I contacted him, and he does some pre-processing of the music data. And it's pretty cool the way he does it, because with modern tools, you could create a big text file and run it through an Apple program that reads line by line, and you'll see what you get. And I'm thinking about the architecture playlists for different scenes and a file naming convention to make it easy to find the next song. I was thinking maybe we could have multiple songs per scene, and that's possible if you just advance to the next file number. And we wanted to use modern development environment, so I thank everybody who came up with the Xcode and Git build pipeline, Jeremy, Quinn, and Carrington, and anyone else who worked on that. And so 128K Apple IIe is the minimum compatibility requirement, so I'm also testing it on a GS. And emulators, we have to support Apple Win and Virtual 2, and it turns out Virtual 2 had some challenges with the Mockingboard emulation, so we had to work around that, and we came up with a solution. So if I only had the time to do all this. So we needed help. So who did we find? So that's Tom Porter. He does some games, and if you're interested in like high quality Mockingboard and even high quality 8-bit sound, he's done some very interesting things. And for his Mockingboard, he's actually looking to enhance it to do things like sound fonts. So that's pretty cool, yeah. And Becky Berger, anybody knows her? Yeah. Well, she's been instrumental in giving us some great technical advice. So we're using community technologies, something called ProWRTS by Q Kumba. Okay, yeah, Peter. And we're actually using emulator detection by somebody named 4AM. So, yeah, if you go back to 2015, he did a presentation how your program can detect that you're running in an emulator. And Peter actually adapted that code so we can know whether we're in Virtual 2, and then we scale back the Mockingboard logic. Okay. So what would Lord British do? He'd fit the game to what you have. And we're running in an emulator, what, 128K. How much RAM do we have for music? The elephants never forget, right? The lower octaves have 2 bytes. If you look at the Mockingboard manual, and I have one here, if anyone remembers this beautiful little work of art. So the frequencies below middle C use 2 bytes. The frequencies above middle C are all less than 255. So it turns out middle C is actually number 240, so it's perfect. You use 1 byte for these 12 bytes, and then you shift left or right, and you get your frequency. And Becky also suggested using music subroutines for repeated sections, because you heard that there's like an A section, B section, C section. And so I was thinking, well, maybe we need a state machine to efficiently transfer, but I came up with a simpler mechanism of using nibbles to represent the section numbers, and using the F nibble as a marker, like the end of the sections for the song, and then continuing bytes for section 0, which is the A section, and then an FF marker, bytes for the B section, C section, and D section, and an end of file marker. So that's helping us save memory for the song data. And then I had to figure out how to produce this, what kind of workflow. So I'm using a great program from the 80s by Mindscape, and this I gotta turn on. Okay. So this was written by Glenn Clancy with the Bank Street College of Education, and it's called Bank Street Music Writer. So this projector's warming up. I'll show you the demo when we're ready. But I'll just walk through the workflow. So I use Bank Street Music Writer to actually enter the music, and you could enter 6-voice music into Bank Street, and but we're actually only using 3 voices for the game. But it makes it very easy. let me just go into edit mode. And I've got to click in here. Okay, so here's the 3-voice music. You just enter it into the music editor. And then I had custom code to extract it. So back in the 90s, I actually reverse engineered the data structure. So it's using specific sectors on the disk for the catalog entries. And then there's pointers to the sectors for the songs. And each sector is one staff. And then each staff has 18 sections going across and 6 voices. And then I was able to just create songs like just a middle C and then see what it produced and then figure out, okay, what does it do with a rest? What does it do with a repeat marker? And that way I was able to figure out how to get all the information out of Bank Street Music Writer. So I had a program that used Amper RWTS, just ampersand commands to read, write, track, or sector to find the catalog, find the directory entries. There's 6 voices, but each voice is 1 note at a time. So in a MIDI file, you could have 6 tracks. So it can just be a 6-track MIDI format 1, and then you just have to go track by track in the order of the music, and you don't have to do any mixing of timing. Okay, so that's the interpretation of the music data. And then there were some glitches that I had to clean up, so I wrote a code to clean that. And then for the repeated sections, I had to do some custom code to figure out where the repeats start and end, where are the first endings, second endings, and how to handle those repeats. So basically, I'm putting markers, keeping a text file of markers, pointers to each beginning and ending byte address of each repeated section. And then at the end, I can figure out the blocks of memory that I need to concatenate. So eventually I create a MIDI format 1 file, and that's also custom code that I started 20 years ago, because I was playing around. See, when I started taking piano lessons, I asked my dad for a nice piano. I got a Yamaha Clavinova. And then I said, I want to make my Apple play that piano. And I asked him to buy me a MIDI interface. And I got this Passport MIDI interface. And it just had a manual with addresses that you have to poke and machine code and like ACIA. And it made no sense. I had to figure all that out. So I spent years just building my own little MIDI system to play MIDI files I downloaded off the internet. So I had a basis of that structure. So I have an AppleSoft program where you edit variables for the MIDI number of tracks, type of song, and it can take sequence files that have the raw MIDI data and concatenate it into the format of a MIDI spec format 1 file. Now here's where Tom's work comes in. We're actually using DOSBox. There's a DOS program called MIDI Note, which takes a MIDI file and dumps it to a nice big text file with very descriptive rows and columns of what data is in the file. And then Tom has a key logo program that he adapted, and he's calling it MIDI to Mockingbird. So he has a full version, but we asked him to scale it down to fit into this memory footprint, and he succeeded over months back and forth with us. So he figured out how to take that Bank Street, the music construction set demo, and get the interrupts to work so that it can play that 1K buffer and do it in an interrupt-driven manner cleanly. And then so he has his own driver for his demos, so he tests playing the song in his driver, and then I listen to it and then give him some feedback, and Tom actually listens to it for quality as well, and he can make adjustments to make it sound good. Okay? So any of you here, if you're interested, you could help us compose 8-bit Mockingbird music. I have a GitHub repository with this procedure and the code. I could walk you all through it. Just come see me. And I'm just going to play the music as it sounds in Bank Street Music Writer. So it's on the surface, it's low, but you can see it's highlighting the notes. Yeah, so each voice So there are 3 voices, and there's the repeat section coming up. So after the first ending, that's going to go back to the previous repeat, the beginning. It has a repeat sign there. So you can just follow that.
Could you hold your mic up to the speaker for that?
Yeah. Actually, I wrote this song. It was for a friend whose dog passed away. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Eric or I?
Take the mic.
Eric,
Chris.
Yes.
when, let's say you're composing your own music, if you actually wanted to make that, music for Nox Archaist,
Yeah.
is there, can you make it too complex?
Yeah.
So can you make it, like when you're composing it, can you actually have 2D notes or something where it wouldn't actually compress down? Like, is there a limit to?
Well, it'll just sound bad if you have it too complex. So,
Okay.
like what Tom always does, he takes out any drum part and then he reduces it. Yeah.
Got it. Use the microphone if you talk.
Mike, sorry. Where is it?
It's in your hand.
Ah, thank you. And
Hidden in plain sight.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric or I?
Why does Eric write songs in G flat?
I studied jazz piano.
Becky?
On the Mockingbird, how many voices are you actually using in runtime?
3.
And the editor you're using there is actually composing 6 notes?
It allows 6, but we're only using 3 when we compose.
What I did in Bard's Tale was I used extra tracks to put silences there. And the types of silences I put there is markers I use for the interpreter to let me know, oh, this is where you begin a repeat, this is where you end a repeat. So in other words, I'm actually scripting it in the music editor using an extra track.
Yeah, I think we can actually do the copy protection in the MIDI too. All right, thanks.
Excellent. Dan?
So you mentioned Xcode. Was that what you were using, or did you switch your development?
Well, I'm doing development in Xcode. What are you using for your assembler?
SBASM is the cross assembler that the Nox Archaist engine is written.
Okay, two different platforms. Okay.
Yep.
SBA.
Yeah, from Tom and Eric, I'm basically just taking their binary files and doing a binary include in SBASM. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. I've not been paying attention. Is there going to be another Kickstarter for this?
Yes, absolutely. And as before, box, printed manual, game artifacts, cloth map, and we don't have a specific date, but hoping for sometime yet this year. Any other questions?
Okay, come see me if you're
Okay. Last thing I was just going to mention is there are a couple of new team members that have joined 6502 Workshop over the last year, and just wanted to give a quick shout out to them. Jared Califf has joined us, and he has experience with projects like Shroud of the Avatar, Sundog Resurrection, and he's helping us with game design and online community communication. And Michael Presky, we mentioned him in conjunction with his work on the splash screen. He's also one of the 2 active developers on the Apple One emulator. He's also a professional game developer with experience at several large studios, including Electronic Arts. And also Chris Torrance joined the team, who I'm sure he needs no introduction here. You all probably know him from this year at K-Fest, past years at K-Fest, his work in the Assembly Lines cookbook, the Assembly Lines video podcast that he hosts, or just that he's sitting right here. Eric Rangel and Tom Porter also joined us in the last year as community contributors on the Mockingbird project, and many thanks to them as well. So that's all for today. Thanks for coming. Any other questions? Thank you.
Well, next at 5:30 is dinner in the cafeteria, and then you can be back here at 6:45 for Today in iOS session. And later on tonight at 8 p.m. will be a Solderfest workshop. So it's great things yet to come.
Thanks for all your help. Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, even as it is, it's still pretty good.
Low battery.